Hello, hello. Good morning. How are you guys doing? What's today? The 5th of June?
Hi.
Hello, Nigel.
Castling Bestling.
Canceling best lang, indeed. Oh, okay. What do we do, actually? Today. I'm gonna work on Linksider. Right? Right. I'm gonna open VS Code. Because why not? Today is the VS Code day. What to do if hash partial ACK implementation requires a context? Well, then you do your own trait. If you do want to do it in Rust, yeah, it is annoying. I mean, there's multiple ways, right? It's not necessary to to do your own trait. So like in general, there are solutions. Yeah, if you needed to work with the hash map, then I guess you don't have any other choice than to require something to be in the stack. So it's actually very similar to the context system that I have in the cast language then, kind of. But since Rust does not have that, you do something similar to what, for example, Tokyo does, right? If you look at Tokyo and like if you ever used Tokyo, right? And you tried to await on the future that is created by Tokyo, but outside of the Tokyo runtime, then you will have a panic. So you basically can do the same. You basically like Tokyo futures, they require context, right? Which is the Tokyo runtime. Your hash requires some other context, but you just check it at runtime, same as Tokyo. The crate that I suggest for using this is thread local TLS, I think. Let me see. Where did I use this? Maybe maybe in the engine. You can hack it with a global variable. Yeah, basically with a global variable, but I'm just saying that it should not be exactly a global variable. Like you want some safety, so there are existing solutions for that to be safe, relatively, right? I mean, if you, I mean, you can just do unsafe code, obviously, right? But TLS. It's called scoped TLS HKT, this crate. Scoped TLS HKT. So this is a scoped thread local storage, right? So like the difference between an actual global variable and this is that this one is scoped, because that's what it is, right? You provide the context only in some scope. So basically you have like this thing which is similar to a global thing, right? But then you inside of a specific scope you have access to it from any code. You know, so you set the global variable to a specific value, and then inside of this scope you can use that value. All right. This is the crate. It's called scoped TLS HKT. It's basically the same as like Tokio does for the Tokio runtime, but like its own crate, if that makes sense. And also, I guess there's like there are simpler alternatives. This one is HKT because this one allows you to also have a the things with lifetime in scope, right? Like usually you put the statics with static lifetime, but this one, since it's scoped, it can actually store inside of it the things that are potentially like pointing to something on the stack. So they require lifetime. That's why it's called HKT, higher kind of types, because it's generic over the lifetime. Maybe there are some simpler alternatives. Scoped thread local. Maybe I guess just a thread local is already the thing, kind of. Or is it just there? Yeah, I guess there's a separate scoped TLS, which is without the lifetimes. Sure. There you go. But that like the problem is that it is checked at runtime, which I hate. But unfortunately, there is no really good solution for that in Rust. So that's why Tokio is going to panic if you are running Tokio futures outside of the Tokio runtime. Anyway, we're going to work on the Linksider. Bad language confirmed. Well, I mean, it's you know, some people would say that like in order to solve this problem, you need to introduce new features into the language. Some people would argue that it's worth keeping the language simple instead of like it's okay to panic in runtime sometimes, right? But I'm wondering if Rust ever going to have the solution for that. It's very common to need context for hash equals. The way I do it, okay, sure. There's other way to do it. Instead of storing the thing inside of your hash map directly, you can store a new type. I'm doing this in my code myself. I guess not in this, in my language, right? When I'm working with the language. Let's see. Projects, cast. There is a thing which I call like hashable, right? So this one is literally, so T does not implement hash, but T implements like some other trait. And inside of this, and like for this thing, I actually implement the hash, you know? So like you make a new type, and then you implement the hash on the new type, not on the original type. And if your original type needs some context for hash, then you can do a new type over the value plus the context, right? So you make like hashable T plus the context that is required for T, and then you implement the hash for a pair like this, right? You can do that. Then it's, I guess, more like checked at compile time if you can do that. Right? And then you can make this thing usable kind of like as T itself by like implementing giraffe and stuff. Hello, Bull City. Alright, what am I going to do? Rust made me forget that the globals exist. You still manipulate the global state a lot of the time in Rust. A lot of the time, like even something simple such as printing to like I think logging, for example, is a great example. You always log to the global logger because that's the API that they give you. There is a global kind of like Tokyo runtime when you're working with Tokyo. You don't pass it around all the time. Still working with globals in Rust. All right, what am I going to do? I had some. Let me see if I. Yeah, maybe actually. Yeah, this one right now. We have application not responding. Linksider with a class unknown is not responding. What do you want to do with it? Allocators are also global too. Yeah. This is and that is also annoying. I agree. Although, like, the way I write code, I personally don't really care about the allocations too much. Potentially, if I cared about the allocations, maybe my game would be running like twice as fast, at least, right? But I don't know. Like, unless I actually see performance issue, I'm not going to optimize that. But yeah, there are some people who are just like writing code in a way where you really care about the allocations. Right, which would be made a lot easier if it was not a global thing. So like Zig kind of forces you into thinking about the allocators more, but like in my vision, the perfect solution would be not as explicit as in Zig, but as like, but still the same flexibility, which is going to work through the effect, the context system. Otherwise, you just box and call it a day unless it's a performance sensitive section. Yeah. Like ideally, like especially since I'm making a game, right? Everything that I'm allocating every frame, and there's like some temporary stuff every frame. Like what we should do is we should have like like the dedicated arena allocator for a frame, right? So everything that happens in a frame, I want to allocate it like with a bump allocator simply, right? And then at the end of the frame, I will just deallocate all of that stuff. There is a lot of things. A lot of places like that. But like so far, I did the profiling. It's not the bottleneck. It's not the bottleneck. On my laptop, the bottleneck is actually the GPU. Even although I'm doing allocations all over the place. I'm cloning strings all the way, you know, and everything. Instead of cloning strings, you could instead like do something like an argster that makes it a lot easier to clone, for example, but like it doesn't matter for 99% of the cases. I think. It would be nice though, like to maybe eventually optimize it, like especially if I make a mobile build, right? If we try to like publish the game for the phone, even although the game is like working at like 60 FPS on the phone, it's not enough because optimizing means more like battery life, right? It's not just about the performance. All right, why is my window not responding when not rendered? So how do I debug this? This is actually not an issue in the game. This is an issue in the engine. So let's go to the engine. I'm pretty sure it's an issue in the engine. So let's do over here something like I wonder how Jai does it actually. You guys, did you guys look at Jai and what do they do for the allocators? Cargo, run, example, crab rave. So here's my crab, right? No access to look. Someone said me that they have a Jai documentation. The Jai documentation is public. Yeah, so this is still in the engine. All right, I need to fix it. Jai documentation. I mean, maybe you just. Oh wait, unofficial documentation of the Jai. Jai programming language resources and information. There is unofficial one. Stupid call 2022. I mean, this one is not from 2022. This is, what is 6 years ago? Even. Alright, I thought there is some online stuff. Okay. Whatever. I just don't remember what they do about the allocation. Maybe ChatGPT. Wait, hold on. If I ask ChatGPT, does ChatGPT know about it? Because he can watch the videos. How does Jai programming language do custom allocators? It will hallucinate Zig. Standout features is first-class support for custom memory allocators. Here's a breakdown. Allocators are first-class citizen. Declaring using allocators. Allocator is typically a structured interface that implements functions for allocate free, a resize, realloc, sure. It's just a struct. Like in Zig. Scoped allocators with using. So yeah, okay, there you go. Is this an actual feature in Jai? This looks like the feature from my programming language, basically. This looks like an effect system. This is introducing a handler for the allocate effect to be the temp allocator. So like that's what we're doing, right? We have scoped context. Do you think it's fake information? I don't know. But this is not Zig for sure. It is not. If this is a hallucination, this is not Zig. You cannot do that in Zig. In Zig, you pass the allocator directly to the allocate array function. If there is a function like that, right? Tell me more about the using. It's probably fake. How can it have scoped allocation if it doesn't know how to free it properly? It's probably fake. The way Zig does it is like it stores the allocator inside of a thing that is allocated. So for example, if you allocate a vector, then your vector is storing the allocator inside of itself. So when you free the vector, it knows which allocator it came from. That's how Zig does it. That's how Rust does it. If you configure the allocator too, right? So if you look at this API of a vec, where you can change this from global to be something else. Then inside of the vector, you have the rovec. Oh my god, this is annoying to look at, but it is how it's working. I'm pretty sure. I looked at it, right? Library, alloc, rovec. So like you have a rovec inner, rovec inner. Yeah, there you go. So like, so a vector inside is storing a pointer, a capacity, and the allocator. There you go. So you have the scoped allocation. The scoped allocation is used to like retrieve the current allocator that you want to use for allocating. When you're freeing the stuff, you use the stored information of the allocator that was used when you allocated the thing, right? Which kind of is like an overhead compared to like if you remember it yourself as a programmer and use the correct allocator to free stuff. So yeah, I don't know if there is a better solution than this. There might be. So like the global allocator in Rust is just a zero size type, which is why it's like being erased here. The allocator has to know a list of pointers it's owned, so when it's dropped, it can free them, right? No. Well, I mean, it shouldn't know a list of pointers. It should. Well, I mean, it depends on the allocator. Do you want to actually like, because the data can be on like there could be an allocator that like allocates the data on the stack technically, right? And like the arena allocators, they just free all the memory together. They don't store the list of pointers, no. What as using does, using introduces a context variable. So like it's not only about, wait, so they literally have the same feature as my language then, the Jai. Context variable. I mean, are we making the same language, me and John Blow? I don't think we do. Context variable. Think of it as binding a default allocator or other resource to a block of code so that functions within that block can use it implicitly. Yes, that's exactly what it is. John Blow watching my streams. Well, John Blow made his language before I started making mine, right? So I think this feature exists before I implemented it. But it's literally the same, it seems. I'm using the with keyword instead of using keyword, though. But then how do you get the current allocator? Allocator comes from the context, right? So like this over here, in my language, in cast, we just write current allocator.allocate. And they just say allocator, because allocator is like an it's almost like a global, I guess, right? But it's a scoped global. That's what it is. The context. Using isn't C#. No, it's not. No. It is the scoped thing. That's the crate that I was showing Zaka earlier. In Rust, I'm using this scoped TLS HKT. I'm using this scoped thread local storage to mimic something like that in Rust. So you have some data that should be available inside a scope implicitly without passing it around explicitly. So you can do that with a lot of things, and like allocator is one of them, and it looks not as ugly as this over here because there's language support for it, and also it's being checked at compile time. I don't know if in Jai it's actually checked at compile time, because I don't think you annotate your functions with what scoped context it requires, maybe. Or maybe they always provide the default for scoped context, like there is always some allocator around, maybe So that's why they don't need to annotate the functions with like the full effect system or something. Because if there's always default allocator, then you don't need to annotate your function that it needs allocator, right? Because it's always there. Maybe. It's just rebinding some compiler variable. Yeah. Well, it should be like, since this is it's supposed to work for a scope. It's literally a thread local scoped, so it's not exactly like a single global variable. It's a thread local variables because of multiple threads, right? Anyway, that's a good feature. I might like Zig, although that's just one feature. Java language. Okay, so how do I figure this out? New chat. My game. So Hyperland complains my game is not responding when it is not on the current space. What to do? I don't know. What should I even look at? It's disable no focus fallback or no focus. Config tweak no focus fallback. Add a window rule. Disable not responding checks. Use game mode. No, but how do I make my game responding? No, the game does not stop responding. Oh, I mean, maybe it is. Make Hyperland keep rendering the game window. By default, Hyperland pauses rendering windows, not in the current workspace, to save resources. Games don't like that. So, but how do the other windows not show me the warning? But why do other windows not give the not responding warning? I assume they are not. They're rendering. Also paused. Like I'm supposed to reply to some events, maybe, right? Rendering versus event loop responsiveness. Most regular windows don't need constant rendering to stay responsive. They just sit idle until you interact with them. Even when rendering is paused, they still respond to IPC events. They close, minimize, and don't look up. But games, they run tight render loops, expecting continuous GPU access. Is this maybe an issue in like Winit? Do you have Winit somewhere around? Winit. So if I do cargo run, cargo run example, do. The shit requires sync to have a global. I'm done. What shit? This thread local, it's scoped local HQT. You need it to be sync. Why do you need it to be sync? You're supposed to have the context in like before you start hashing, no? So like you're just rapidly hashing around with the thing. This is a thread local stuff. It doesn't need to be sync. It's for a thread. There is a. You're not using decrate. Okay, I know what you're trying to do. Okay, so we have a window. If I go to another workspace, is the window going to be unresponsive? Thread local is an experimental feature. No. You use thread local macro. std thread local. This is how you use it. It's like this. That's from the standard library if you don't use the crate. But once again, like this does not need anything to be like if you want to have an actual global, you just do a mutex, I guess. If it's mutable. You just do you just do a global mutex. So this does work properly. Okay. Well, then what am I doing wrong? So I'm doing something wrong in my window. Let's see. I have this example window demo. Let me try this one. Cargo run example window demo. Now from the package gang window. Still waiting on Polonius, so I don't have to work around a few edge cases with the borrow checker. All right, we have this thing. Does this respond? Does this stop responding? It does stop responding. Terminate. Okay, so let's see what is my window doing. This is like the crate, which is basically independent of everything else, right? What am I doing? Now this is example source backend gluten. All right, am I doing this correctly? We have run, and then I create the winit event loop. New. Use of deprecated function. Okay, maybe this is a problem. Who knows? Maybe something is deprecated. What's the current? Oh, okay, it's like event loop run is deprecated. 2. Use event loop run app instead. I think it's fine. I remember looking at that. I think it's fine. Like I'm using winit event loop, right? And this is all that I need, right? Like if I just try debugging the event here. So I stop responding. Is this a problem with winit? Or like, I don't know. Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. I was just testing the winit itself, but maybe I'm testing the wrong version, right? What's my version of winit that I'm using here? Maybe I need to update it or something. A 039. What's the version here? 03011. It's not that much different, right? Let me see. GitHub Rust windowing winit. Is it I am who is doing something wrong? Not responding. Linux Windows is not responding. The issue is in the context of Bevy. Okay, so basically, so Bevy has the same issue, right? If we try to run a Bevy example, let me just okay, if Bevy has the same issue as I have, then it's not my issue, right? Let's go to the Bevy. Git clone Bevy Bevy. Let's clone the Bevy. Hello Devninja, by the way. I'm using a real IDE. Yes, indeed. And the Unreal one at the same time, as you can see here. Cargo. So we have examples, and we have yeah, let's do cargo run example sprite. This is going to take a little bit to compile, probably 440 crates for the example, of course. It's fine. Okay, let's see what they say here. So the issue comes from Bevy, but it's a winit issue. Maybe, potentially. Bevy examples is not responding. Can you run these examples with login enabled? Again, if this isn't okay. I assume that you are on X11. Well, I'm on Wayland, and it still is not responding. Don't block in your renderer. That's your issue. Pre-present notify if you need a vsync on Wayland. Don't block in your renderer. That's your issue. Pre-present notify if you need vsync on Wayland. So am I blocking in my renderer? Let's see. Maybe I am. So we have let's say over here before event and, like, you know, after event. How about this? Before and after. That thing is almost compiled. What about us? Yes, look at this. Before window event redraw requested. Okay. Okay, so it's actually my issue. All right. So I never go out of the handler. I was not supposed to block the thing. But why am I blocking the thing? Because I'm trying to do what? Like swap the buffers, and that's what actually is blocking. Redraw requested. So if the redraw was requested, I'm doing what? Swap buffers? Is this the thing? Print 1, 2, 3, 4, 0. Let's see what it is. 0, 1, 2, and then we block. Which means that it is the swap buffers like I was expecting. So like we are not able to swap the buffers if the window is like not focused right now. Okay. Cannot hash F64 classic. I'm using the ordered float crate sometimes. So safe. Yeah. You want to do this. It's because of the none. You use another type instead of a float. Let me see. Maybe there is a documentation. You will use another language? Which one are you going? Okay, wait, hold on. How long have you been using Rust? I thought you were making your language in Rust. How long has it been? 1.5 years, and now you okay. What language are you going to go for? C++? I don't know. My own? Oh, it's ready already? With context generic type for hash? Yeah. 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 But can you tell me more about your context generic type for hash? How is it going to work? Because in Rust you can write code like this, right? Like hash is a trait, so you would have some function foo which works with t, which implement the hash, right? And then like you say x of type t, right? And then you do something like you hash it, whatever, right? But now your hash requires context, so like you have context. What's the type of the context here, right? It's t context, which means that this thing has associated type, something like a trait hash, type context, like this function hash, self and context, like this. The problem with this is that like these things, they make your traits like you make hash trait which accept the context types. Like yeah, it's either this or like the context being a generic thing, right? It's just weird, I think. But I guess this makes more sense, kind of. But the problem with these is they stop being like object safe. I would assume this, like, I don't think you can like sometimes you want the dynamic trait objects, right? The what's it called? Like you want dynamic dispatch, right? But you cannot do dynamic dispatch if the context is not known. The same reason as why like in Rust you can have async traits, right? You can have you can have trait foo with async function inside. This is not allowing to do dynamic dispatch, only static dispatch, because this has an associated like trait foo future, not trait, sorry, type foo future function, you know, because like this method is actually implemented in this future. I wonder if there is a solution for that, like in another language, though. Static dispatch only is okay, I guess, but sometimes you want the dynamic dispatch. You cannot do everything with static dispatch. Also, static dispatch is just is bloating your binary, right? Isn't static dispatch bad for compile times? Let me take a look at the documentation of Winit. So there is an event which is called window event, and window event has a thing that is redraw requested. Emitted when a window should be redrawn. This gets triggered in two scenarios. The operating system has performed an operation that has invalidated the window's contents, such as resizing the window. The application has explicitly requested a redraw via the window request redraw. Winit will aggregate duplicate redraw requests into a single event to help avoiding rendering work. This does not say that I should not block inside of this, but I mean in general we should never block, right? But the question is then, when do I call this swap buffers? How do I not block there? Maybe there is other issues. Maybe something that's closed. And where would I look? Event handling. Block. Anything about blocking in the event loop? Not really. I mean, it makes sense that we should not block in the event handlers. If we block, then the operating system thinks that we're not responding. So the question is, when do I do the swap buffers? The swap buffers is coming from the gluten. Let's take a look at the gluten crate then. Let's take a look at the gluten crate. So I go... Do I have a gluten cloned here? No, I don't. Cargo run example window. Probably. So like I'm assuming since this is from the same authors as Winit, we should see the proper thing here. Which should not be not responding. Right, so we have this triangle. I go to another workspace. Wait, it is not responding. Hello? This is literally by the same authors. This library is by the same authors as the authors of the Winit, right? Is it not? I thought it is. Okay. So I'm wait, what? What do so like ChatGPT maybe? Let's see. On Wayland, when draw is requested, I do swap buffers, and it blocks the app if the window is not on current workspace. It's rendering is paused. That causes the not responding pop-up. A classic Wayland behavior. When your application is not visible, stop submitting frames for it. Oh, that's right. That's right. No, that makes sense actually, right? I like, because it's not the like, why do I even have the event which is a request a draw, right? Who is requesting the draw? It's me. I am requesting the draw, right? Because my application is a game, so I'm requesting the redraw after every redraw, so that I keep redrawing the window over and over again, right? But that's something that I should not be doing, right? If the window is, but what's the condition? Like, what's the condition? While the compositor, so yeah, when you call EGL swap buffers, while the compositor has paused rendering, it blocks because the swap is waiting for the frame to be displayed, which may never happen. This leads to your app appearing frozen, and the Wayland compliant compositors will mark it as not responding after a timeout. Detect the frame callback pause. Use a Wayland surface frame callback to check when your surface is actually being displayed. Don't render or swap buffers unless a frame callback is active. Isn't this something that Winit is supposed to implement for me? Like, anyone who is working with Winit directly? Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, if so, Bevy did it wrong. The Glutine guys did it wrong. Everyone did it wrong, right? Is it a problem with the Winit? How does it look in, like, in SDL, for example? Anyone making a game with SDL? There's a lot of people like that, right? So how do they do it? Is there like a check? I mean, isn't in SDL you just do a big loop? How do they do it in SDL? SDL has to deal with the same problem, and they have implemented a Wayland-specific workaround under the hood to avoid app hangs. Okay, so they have like a hack for it. SDL's internal logic in SDL video, SDL Wayland video. SDL's Wayland backend registers a surface frame before each swap buffers, waits for the frame callback to complete. If the callback doesn't arrive because the window is minimized or on another virtual desktop, SDL skips rendering or skips EGL swap buffers entirely. SDL does not swap buffers when the surface is not visible. This prevents the hangs. They effectively do something like this. If surface is visible, draw. Yeah, I need to do the same thing, right? So how do I say if the surface is visible? If you're using SDL2 or SDL3 and you stick to SDL GL swap window or SDL render present, you are already protected by this Wayland blocking behavior. SDL does the frame throttling for you. If you're writing your own backend or debugging this, look at SDL's Wayland handle a pending resize. Where's SDL source code? SDL source code. What's their license anyway? Leap. Source. Video. Wayland. I want something like swap, right? I mean, maybe I'm looking too deep. Hold on. Like, before I do this, there's no way. Hold on. Maybe there's an issue in the gluten. Like, there is no way. Like, it's by the same guys. They know how to do it, right? Why do they make the mistake? Issues. Not responding. I feel like I should just open an issue here. I can just wait for them to fix it. I'm pretty sure they will. Kind of. Is there like work happening here 2 months ago? Maybe. I don't know. Let me just write an issue here. Examples. Stop responding when rendering paused. Wayland. Steps to reproduce. Run. Cargo run. Example window. 2. Switch to a different workspace. 3. You get the not responding pop-up. I feel like this should be reported to them anyway. Okay, but do I wait for them or do I fix it myself? So they say here that it should be a frame callback. So frame callback is when it's actually trying to do the rendering, right? Frame callback. We need Wayland. Frame callback. They are doing something, right? Or it says the frame callback crate. Frame callback reset. Wayland, the events are aligned with the hold on. Platform specific on Wayland, the events are aligned with the frame callbacks when a window pre-present notify is used. Oh wait, so I just need the pre-present notify or something? Pre-present notify. Notify the window in system before presenting the window. You should call this event after your drawing operations, but before you submit the buffer to the display or commit your drawings. Doing so will help Winit to properly schedule and make assumptions about its internal state. For example, it could properly throttle redraw requested. Example. This example illustrates how it looks with OpenGL. So we do, yeah, I just do pre-present notify and then I swap buffers. That's literally what it is. So over here, I say, and this is like on the window. Window dot pre-present notify. Do you have vsync by any chance? Oh, hello there. Did I summon you? What do you mean I vsync? I was running the example from the gluten, right? Not only on my engine. I was running the existing example from the gluten. I don't know how they do how you do it there, right? It's you who is doing the gluten, right? I'm just using some I'm pretty sure I'm defaulting to using vsync, yes. Yes, yeah. So this is what is doing the wait. Yeah. That makes sense. So like before, because we do the vsync, that's why it's blocking. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, right? And then the gluten example is probably doing the same. So you have gluten examples, source, library, vsync. Yeah, you always try to set the vsync to wait for a single frame, right? So yeah. So you are saying if I say no wait here, right? Let me just try commenting this line. If I don't set the vsync, and then I try cargo run example window, it is not going then to actually block. My issue will go away. It's still there, or is it like by default still there? I need to set it to be actually something. Don't wait, right? This is called when we resumed, which includes the first resume, right? So it should be proper here. Swap interval. If you don't set it's a platform default. Okay, yeah. So let's see. I think I want the thing though, right? I want the vsync. Why would I not want a vsync? Okay, the pop-up is not here still, so yeah, it fixes it. But the proper fix would be not doing that, but instead saying redraw requested before swapping the buffers over here, right? We say window present notify. Isn't that the correct thing according? Represent notify gives the same effect on Wayland. So like, does this mean that my window will actually be still rendered in the background? How do I make it that it's how do I make it that it's like, I don't want it to be rendered in the background, right? If my game is on another workspace, this will not fix it? Or it will not do what? Or is this like going to internally like still block but not block like the Wayland or something? Let me just see. Is this the correct fix? Hello, Raymarch, by the way. Like, you'll ask for a frame, but compositor will not reply for you. The eternal struggle of windowing. Until your window is visible. Well, I mean... hold on. Is it fixing it or not? No, it's not fixing it. What's the correct solution? I don't understand. You will ask for... Like, I don't want to turn off my vsync, right? I do not. So it's a game, so we request redraw every time, but I request redraw, and at some point I'm trying to redraw a window which is not visible. So when I'm doing the swap buffers, it's blocking, which is something that I'm not supposed to be doing. So how, like, I need to detect that the window is not is able to like is visible, right? Need to disable vsync. Use pre-present notify and draw only on draw requested. So you are saying that it's impossible to have the game be responsive if I do not disable vsync? So you disable vsync, but you still have vsync? It's so weird. What? So pre-present notify is waiting for the frame? Is that what it is? Like, what's actually happening? I don't understand it. What is pre-present notify? Like, is it actually going to wait for the frame then? It asks for a frame event. Which would be the same as yeah, okay, sure. Okay, I understand. So this actually is waiting. Pre-present is this one actually is blocking then? Or is pre-present notify not blocking? It's notifying, and then when I swap the buffers, it will wait for the notification. Is that what's happening? What happens like what like if you do it in SDL? In SDL, if you enabled vsync, do they actually disable vsync because like that's how it works on Wayland under the hood still? That's so weird. It won't block at all, that's the point. But I want it to be blocked, right? I want it to be blocked until the frame, right? Oh, you mean like we are responding to the event, which is redraw requested, which would be generated only on every frame, actually, right? Wait a second. Hold on. I don't understand how all this works still. There is the things which is called request redraw, and there is a thing which is called pre-present notify. Which one of them is actually so like do I need the request redraw then at all? If the pre-present notify is going to give me the request redraw event too, or like what's happening? I don't understand. You'll just get a redraw requested. I need both. So like if I do one of them, so if I just do request redraw, then it will give me the request redraw event, the redraw requested event immediately. But if I do request redraw and pre-represent notify, then it will only do the request redraw after I was notified of the thing. That's so weird. Pre-represent notify throttles the request redraw. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, but it's so weird. Is that not weird? Like, why would I ever want the redraw requested event if I cannot draw? Which I cannot, right? Because, like, this is just literally blocking forever. And then we also need to turn off the vsync. Which is weird. Is it not going to break anything on other platforms? Like, I don't know. Swap interval. So like it's not so basically we are moving the logic of who is waiting for the frame from the swap function to the actual operating system. So it's the operating system that is doing the vsync for me, right? By giving me the event of the request redraw only when the frame is happening, right? That's why we need to disable it on the swap chain, right? Or what's like whatever this is called. Okay. The swap function on Wayland does exactly the same thing, but blocks you to wait. Okay. So we need to disable it. The mechanism is exactly the same. All right. So so why is it not done like that in the example of the gluten then? So we need this and pre-present notify. Example was earlier than API. All right. So this is a new thing. The winit example does it though. Yeah. I tried running the winit example and I saw that it does not stop responding. Which is soft buffer. So it doesn't call the swap on the like whatever, or is there still a swap for the soft buffers? Because this is the OpenGL swap, right? Or whatever it is. It's GL surface that is swapping the buffers. Okay, so we have the pre-present notify. Wait a second. So so I do actually I do pre-present notify when I'm requesting redraw, right? Does it matter the order? If I should I request redraw and then pre-present notify, or the other way? I guess it doesn't matter, right? So this is just applying for the next event. Makes sense, I guess. And then vsync needs to be disabled. Options vsync. So there should be no vsync option now. Or I guess like if I so now vsync in the engine should be basically so this should only be called if I want a vsync. Right? This should only be called if I want vsync. Yeah, that makes sense. Must be called right before present, otherwise it simply won't work. What? I thought you said it throttles the event. Like, it's supposed to throttle the next event after the redraw requested, so why does it have to do something with the swapping? Okay, sure. Right before. Call this only if I want vsync. Alright, if options vsync. Like this. Represent notify here, we don't do that. Okay, and then vsync over here, which was copied from the gluten. I just don't do this option here. I always do the don't wait. Vsync as implemented represent notify.
Hello there.
Hello there. As the algorithm. Okay, so this should do it then. We run. So this is now my example of a triangle. I move it to another workspace. And it looks like it's all fine. I don't know if you know, but you can collapse and expand the folder by pressing Ctrl B. Yeah, I know. I know. I don't know. I kind of like. I'm used to having it seen all the time. I have it seen. I have it always shown in my Vim too. You see it over here. Here's my Vim. It's also shown there. Must always look at the files. What if they run away? Yeah, exactly. Okay, you want me to do a pull request for the gluten then? Well, it actually does that. It's probably like better to explain it better in the comments, though. This looks like a shader demo. No, this is just a simple example in my engine to show a window and then draw a triangle on it. If you want to. I mean, I can do a pull request, but I just said that maybe you will be able to write a better comment about, like, why is it done this way. I feel like I'm not the only one who is going to question. Like, is there even a reason then to having the ability for your swap function to even block at all, right? Like this is how it's always should be done then, right? You know, that is documented. Yeah, that's how I actually was just looking at that, right? Oh wait, no. Yeah, I was looking at another one. So buffers Wayland, when the window is hidden and wait is used and any functions based on it may block until the window is visible again. Using this variant is not recommended on Wayland. Instead, throttling should be performed. So, like, Wayland is the only one with this issue where you should never do that. Like, if I use pre-present notify, is this going to work on other platforms too? Is it going to mimic the vsync on Windows too? Yes? Okay. On the web, it uses request animation frame. Yeah, makes sense. Will eventually work on all. What operating system am I using? I'm using Linux OS. For now, I'd rather not use it on Windows. Okay, sure. That's in this case. Can I detect if I'm running on a Wayland? Like, it's literally. I guess I would just make it be on Wayland only. Then, which distro? The NixOS is the distro. Is there an API? And Winit. And what's my current backend? And check based on display handle variant. Display handle. Like from the gluten? I thought it would be part of the Winit. Event loop. Oh, it's part of the event loop. Okay. Event loop. Display handle. Unwrap. Why can this panic? Why can this return a result? Handle error. And then what? Like raw window handle. Down. Display handle. Get a handle to the display controller. This gives me the raw window handle. So I need to look at the This raw window handle, display handle. Creates a window-based display handle. No. I want to know if it is. The handle. Try into. Oh, I need to like, I have partial equality for other displays handles, right? So I need to do display handle Wayland and then compare them against each other. Is that it? Platform, Linux. We'll have, why is there no Wayland here? There's only Android. AppKit. If you get a raw thing, it's an enum. As raw display handle. 13 variants. Okay, got it. As raw. So I'm going to just match this thing. What's Haiku? Haiku OS. Never heard of it. So we only don't wait on Wayland, basically. On all the other platforms, I guess I would wait. Wait. One dot into. So over here, on Wayland, need represent notify. Should I even use prepresent notify if I'm not on Wayland then, or is it not as reliable? Should I only like call prepresent notify on the Wayland then? Does anyone know of any trustworthy sites to get a bot built? What? What bot? There's a lot of different bots. We have a bot. On web it's okay, so just web and Wayland is basically where you would use it. But wait, are you saying that on the web you don't use the request animation frame otherwise? Well, I mean, I'm not okay. I mean, technically, I'm not using like web is the only platform where I'm not using Winit. Actually, I'm having my own implementation of the web. Because I think sometime like in the old days when I started my engine, the Winit was not working on the web at all, and Glutin was not working on the web at all. That's like one of the whole reasons I started my own engine. The rest doesn't have it properly wired. Okay, so just the Wayland basically, because I'm not using it on the web anyway. All right. Represent notify. If options the vsync and can I get the handle to the event loop though? Self context. I don't have the event loop saved here. But I guess I can save the raw display handle, I guess, for later usage. Raw display handle, window handle, raw display handle, so that I can check it later. Glutin certainly does not work on the web. You need either that or window. Okay. Yeah, I have like everything on the web is implemented from scratch. I'm only using Winit for the native builds. You can just store is Wayland. Yeah, I guess, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe in the future there will be something else. Maybe it shouldn't be not like is Wayland, but something like should pre-present notify or something. You know. Mm -hmm. Basically this. The whole reason why it's like that is that Gluten is decoupled from actual graphics APIs, unlike SDL. All right, looks like this works. Do not stop responding on Wayland. Push. We need decoupled. Yeah. I thought SDL is also decoupled, no? Well, I mean, they have their own graphics like API now, but if you use SDL with OpenGL, OpenGL is not like, or is OpenGL like actually embedded in the SDL? I don't know. I never actually, I think I used SDL like once, maybe like 10 years ago. So I don't know much about it. Okay, so now we have, we go back to Linksider. And we just do cargo. Who does the actual context setup? Stuff. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Sure. Maybe I just never thought about it much. Like Gluten and Winit kind of forces me to think more about what's happening. Yes. Just run. No, cargo update. Just run. Problem is the swap buffers call, which comes from EGL, but it's not part of the OpenGL spec. Yeah, I know. So like on every platform, the swap buffers is basically its own. EGL is on Wayland. In The on X11 there's like another function, on Windows there's another thing. Yeah. Yeah. The GL is cross-platform, but before it was GLX. Yeah. So we okay. I didn't know GL is cross-platform. Why is it actually being used by? Because I heard like of WGL, and I would assume it still is being used. Anyway, it should be fixed. So now we have the window in the background, and it is responding. Nice. I wonder if like this fix was even worth it. Who is going to play the game on Wayland? No one is using Wayland, right? All of the players are on Windows anyway. But I guess I fixed it. 354. You can play the game. Yeah, you can. The demo is out there. But I guess the current demo is going to be not responding until I update it. Okay, now what? Now what? Why is there 2 credits issues? I think GitLab sometimes just, when I click or create a new issue, it just doubles it. Sometimes for no reason. Alright, what do I want to work on? Game hangs after alt tabbing for a while. So like, yeah, on Windows we do have an issue. But I don't think this is because of the Wayland though, because of the Winit. This probably is my issue. I think this... I don't know how long it was. Maybe like if I alt tab for a minute. I think this is Windows specific, but I'm not sure. Set face. Well, this is done. Okay, I think I want to do a little bit of the polishing on the thing, which I wanted to do for a long time. We have the disable blocks. Not sure GL actually allows to pick a dedicated thing. For 3 to 1, you can kind of request more performant device. 3 to 1, force dedicated GPU. I was looking into this over here on the Stack Overflow. Here's what they say. That you can do this. If I was writing C, I would do this. NV Optimus Enablement 001. And for AMD Power Express request high performance. Or are you saying about something else? Like through the Winit I can pick something? Or from like Glutin? I'm unsure if this would work similarly under Linux Mac OS. Like this is for Windows. You can pass high performance in Glutin. Is this thing priority? Priority hint? profile. No. Performance. There is no performance here. Context creation and initialization. Context attributes. GL context. Version context attributes builder. Routine config. Prefer hardware accelerated. Whether the configuration should prefer hardware accelerated formats or not. Okay. Let me take a look. It's called hardware accelerated. This was added in 2018. Right? Hardware acceleration. So so when you're creating the OpenGL context, you can do this. This is for Windows. So like on Windows, this is implemented. Okay, is this implemented on other platforms? I guess it is on EGL, on GLX, on CGL. All right. Slow config if it's not okay. Is this actually working though? I thought by default, if I had like, I don't know, it's been a while since I had the laptop with 2 GPUs, but like, so you actually don't do anything if it's not hardware accelerated, right? Shouldn't this default to the integrated GPU then? Okay, so is this enough? And I should not be, I should not need to do this? NV Optimus enablement, like this is not needed then? What's CGL? Is CGL the macOS stuff? NS, yeah, this looks like the Mac stuff. What you suggested kind of works. Okay. Sure. Well, I mean, sure. I don't know if I can test it properly. I will assume that it's fixed though. Then by doing this in the... So I guess we open the engine again. We do one more thing. Gluten. Config. Window builder, create window attributes. Wait, where do I pass the config? It's the GL config. Get config. Where do I use it? Config template builder. New. Builder for config template. And then config template is being used where? Config. GL configuration, like config template, and then I make the config. Right? How do I make the config? By saying get GL config. To have get GL config, and this is implemented. Oh, this is get GL context, which is when I already have created the context, right? Possibly current. Yeah. It's already when I'm resuming. When I'm creating the context, would be the GL context. Create context, GL config. GL config. You pass it to the display. Display builder, this one, right? Config template builder, yeah, there you go. With transparency, yeah. So we do dot with hardware. Prefer hardware accelerated. True. Right? I don't think I need this to be even configured. For a game engine, I always want the hardware acceleration, I think. Prefer hardware acceleration. Right. Thanks. I didn't know that this API existed. Maybe I should look into more things that are available there. The result in performance degrade on a weird hybrid systems. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. Why is it called hardware accelerated? Isn't like the integrated GPU also kind of hardware acceleration? Like it's not like I'm doing the software rendering, but I'm using the integrated GPU. Like when your dedicated GPU is not connected to the built-in laptop monitor. Yeah, I see. I think I don't care much though until I see someone complain about it. Like, is it common? Isn't it all software? I mean, technically everything is software, right? Kind of. I mean, the CPU itself is hardware. Isn't it all hardware? You have software renderers along the way in some cases. Oh, really? I mean, technically, I don't know, maybe. Like who? Like you're actually passing this to what? To the driver, which is actually responsible for creating the OpenGL context, right? And the driver may implement the software rendering. Maybe. I mean, WGL, EGL, that's not the drivers yet, right? What do you call that thing? The drivers, they implement the OpenGL itself, and this is like the layer between the operating system and the OpenGL. Okay, just cargo update gang again. Okay, I'll just assume that it's fixed then. What was the issue? 3, 2, 1. Fix 3, 2, 1. Close 3, 2, 1. The glue part, the messy part. Raymarsh knows all about it, right? Okay, do we actually do the are we done with windowing with like with that stuff, or is there something more that I need to think about? I think the only issue that is there's this thing. Windows build has laggy keyboard input on Linux. So if I build my game for Windows and then try to run it on Linux through the Proton, then I will have laggy keyboard input. I'm wondering if this the issue like somewhere in my engine or like somewhere in the gluten, or is it a backup for the Proton itself or something? You've seen this issue? Like okay. Okay. I can try to like do this again. Just build for Windows. There you go. I'm just running this in the Docker. Building for Windows. Yes, let's do that. I should figure out how to do it without the Docker though, to cross-compile on NixOS directly. Rust windowing issues. Okay. Oh, it still is an... Oh, no, it's closed one. Second, long delay in processing window events. Fails on Wine Windows. Just converted to Winit 30. This is from this year. Okay. This issue was made 5 months ago. Okay. In a game type program, refreshing endlessly so it processes events until the event queue runs out. Then, when it calls about to wait, the application makes a redraw request. So all queued events should be handled before each refresh cycle. So it was a bug actually. Closed as completed on January 31. The version of the Winit that I'm using right now is still the old one, right? Winit 030.5 is my current version, which I am assuming is not having the fix. So I can just see, yeah, because it was not working in 38. We can see if it still is the case, and then update Winit, and then see if it just goes away. This guy said that Wine doesn't have the issue. I was saying Proton bug because I think... I don't remember how I was working it. Do I have something like run for Windows? Let me see, just file. Run Windows, yeah, just Proton run. Yeah, Proton. Proton. Yeah, we can try this. Once it is being built. Proton uses Wine, so it's pretty much the same. Yeah, maybe, but like... It's... I mean, there are quite a lot of cases where a game was not working on Wine directly, but was working on the Proton. Like, whatever is the difference, they install some extra stuff, I guess. Like, it's Wine plus some extras, right? They reported on Wine 9, then used Wine 10, and the issue went away. So what is the version of Wine that Proton is using? I'm using Proton Experimental. I could use like some specific version of Proton, I guess, too. Am I building a release build? Build for Windows. Yeah, I'm building a release. Okay, I'm going to wait a little bit here. until it's linking. Could still be some issue with Winit. Oh wait, you closed the issue without fixing it. Is that what you said? Is that what you're saying? So they just closed it because it went away with Wine 10, not because it was fixed. Okay. All right. Like, I don't know if it matters much, right? Because I have a native Linux build now. It's just like originally I was like trying to only have the Windows build on Steam so that the people on Linux would run it through Proton, but then didn't work well, so I made a native Linux build. So now it doesn't matter really. Pro tip: buy a high-speed camera and a LED single button keyboard if you want to debug this stuff. It's probably a skill issue on my part, but no matter what I do, I get individual frame drops every 3-ish seconds and considerable input latency compared to consoles. Back when I used GLFW in my C++ engine, I really cared about this. And I saw some horrors, but nowadays I've given up. I accept that I will just have bad input latency because of modern APIs. No. I mean, the latency is so bad, it's literally a couple seconds. It's not like anyone would notice this, you know? Like, even if you don't care about it, you will notice it. That's how bad it is. Just run Windows. What am I waiting for? Just the Docker is being created for a long time, maybe. Okay, let's see. So we have the Proton now. Removing stale vk3d. Successfully unregistered DLL. See Windows Microsoft.net something. Okay, so the game works here, right? The game works. The input seems to work, actually. Wait, hold on. Everything works. Okay. So is it because the Proton was also updated? So the bug actually just goes away. I'm running the Windows build, not the Linux build, right? I mean, I see some DLLs here. Windows, yeah, this is definitely not the Linux build. I think it just went away. Maybe, I can try installing, like, the old one. Proton recently updated to 1.10, yeah. Like, I can try using not the experimental, just to make sure that it went away because of that. Do I have Proton here? Like, I guess, like, so this is the same version as Wine then? Proton 9 is based on Wine 9? Is that how it works? Proton experimental bleeding edge. Proton hotfix, Proton 9. Let's see here. Steam apps. Common Proton. So let me try running this through. Wait, how do I comment this just file? Like this? Proton 9.0 beta. Let's try that. Just run for Windows. I don't think I need this. The bracket is problem? Why? Oh yes, yes, this is definitely the case. So you don't like, yeah. So let me see. I press down. I press up in 3, 2, 1, press. Wait, no. I press down in 3, 2, 1, press. Wait, it depends. Sometimes it's instant and sometimes it's not. It's like RNG. Yeah. But there is a delay of 1 second here. I'm pressing up, down repeatedly right now. But it only is going up and down. So I guess there's only like one keyboard event a second or something. Which is being sent. Yeah. Okay, so it was just fixed in the Proton. Sure. If I do the same here, so this is what I was trying to do. Press up and down here. Okay, nice. It is just fixed. It is just fixed. Fixed in latest Proton. There you go. I like closing my issues without doing anything. Okay. Camera control to view the level. This was actually implemented. No, I have this also. Exit on Android and then go back is not responding. So like this kind of is still related to the Winit maybe. Is it still the case? Let me see. I have the game on my phone right now. So I just say exit and then I just go back. I think it works. Oh, exit and then go back. Oh, yeah, exit. So if I press the exit button and then I go back. Then it doesn't work. Yeah. So, I just press the exit button, right? So that it exits. And then I open the game again, and it just stays at this screen. It says it's not responding. Linksider is not responding. Close the app. Is that a Winit issue? So like basically what's happening is it's probably not the Winit issue. I don't think I care about it too much though, right now. It's because like what happens when I actually press the exit button? It's like the native part of the Android application stops doing anything, right? I don't think I care about it right now. My bug checklist: 1 blame OS, 2 blame Rust, 3 find user space bug. Yeah, Android is fun. Was fun. At some point, I'll try figuring out the iOS too. Can't wait for that fun. Okay, let's just work on the thing, which I was going to, which is I have disabled blocks somewhere, like over here, right? This is where we introduce it. I don't like how this looks. So I don't like how this looks because this over here is not connected to this. I feel like these two should be connected. You know? Let me try. The Apple real-time app debugging experience is actually quite good. Yeah. Let me just try making something like this. So we have like a thing like this, and then I have a thing like this. That's how it looks right now in the game. We have the block, and next to it we have the water. But what if instead this... What if this instead looked like that? So that it's like kind of connected together, you know? I don't think these rounded corners make much sense. Small change to auto tiling code. So like the thing is, like, it's not like I shouldn't be considering the block on the right to also be this thing. So there should still be border between them, right? So I could instead use the thing that is just thinking that the block on the right is the same block, and then like do the auto tiling there. But I think it will not look that good. But we can try. We can try. So I think there should be a border between them. But like what I want is the surface to be still flat. I don't like this this bump here, I think. I mean, it's not that bad, but you know. Like, especially over here, you see in this corner. In this corner, I don't like it. Like, it should be like a pool inside. the thing or something. Boom, boom. Okay, so I want to go to the auto tiling. Here. This will require more tiles. Yeah, it will. But is that like very difficult? So right now, basically, the amount of tiles is equal to what? It is annoying. To 2 to the power of 4. Is it not? Wait, hold on. How many do we have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This. How many tiles is this? I guess I guess I also will count the corners, kind of. Set are 47 usually. In before dual graph tiling. Yeah, something like the dual graph tiling. We actually have this already, I think. So for the auto tiling rules, we can specify connection. Connection is either empty, same, or different. So basically, the block on the side is either the same block, it's nothing, or it's a different one. And for the sake of the auto tiling, I think we should just treat, so like if something that I never connect to, we just treat them as empty. But if something that I want to connect to, but it's not the same, that it would be a different one. So that's why we have these 3 rules here. I think I can already encode it, kind of. The way we do auto tiling also is interesting. Maybe it would be easier if we had like an actual editor for the auto tiling stuff. Let me show you. This is how it works. We store the auto tiling rules in an image like this. This basically is color coding every tile like this, where each color means something, and we look at the colors in the corners and in the centers, like of the sides. These are the colors that matter. And the color code rules are like this. So for a different one, I want this color. This color is different. What? Anything not empty, different. Same, different, empty. Oh, because over here, different is basically not the same. We have like, so we have the connections, which are the 3 options, right? Connections is 3 options: empty, same, or different. And then there is the connection filter, which is anything empty, not empty, same, or different, right? So if I say that different here, then it should just not match being the same. But I want to actually just match something which is not empty, but also not same, right? That's what I want. So I think this one should be instead called like not same. And then there will also be a different one. Which actually just matches the connection. It must be a different. Will require a lot of tiles with changed round corners. Even at 47 is pain. Well, I mean, you only do it once though anyway, right? Is it difficult to draw 47 more? I mean, also like we have a minimal style kind of, so it's not that difficult to draw these tiles. These tiles are not difficult to draw. Right? So this is not difficult, this is not same. And then for a different... I would use some new color. What should be the new color? Let's use something weird, like pink. To show that it's kind of weird. Wait, but I want, let's actually do something, not empty. Yeah, I do have the not empty, right? Not empty is magenta. Wait, what is magenta though? Wait, I think this is magenta. So I will need a different color. Let me try just this. Let me try changing everything that is this into magenta. Let's see what changes in the game. Maybe yellow here will be different or something. Magenta means not empty, so I will like connect to everything basically, including to the water. Wonderful. We don't see anything. What's magenta? Is this like not magenta? Let me see, maybe it load rules from the image. Tile connections. If not, connections is empty. Color, yeah. Yeah, it's just like there is no color like that. Probably. They just say that this is not just magenta, is that? I thought this is magenta, but maybe not. Invisible blocks could be a feature. Yeah. Wait, no, this is not working. Ah! Weird. So maybe it is magenta. Not empty. Connections. What's wrong? Everything is just invisible. Wait, but the water is visible. Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, because I only changed the block auto tiling rules. Sure. Let's try this. Whip 724 2. So that I just go immediately into the level. Connections is empty. Okay. I kind of want, so like if the connection is not, yeah. Connection filter from color. This makes option. Unwrap or else panic. No rule for color. Yeah, because black is no. Wait, what? Hold on a second. What is this code? Black is none. Oh, am I only getting like the if alpha is 0, then continue. Yeah. So yeah, I'm ignoring the transparent ones. But this is not transparent, right? So there is a rule for that for sure. It just doesn't match. So magenta is what? Magenta is not empty. Not empty should match the not empty. Okay. All right. What's the problem then? Generate mesh. Tile map. Same, different, empty. Tile set position. Mesh rules choose the random one or default. String tile. No, this looks correct. Wait, what? Let's try changing one thing. Let's try changing this. It doesn't match the center. Doesn't match the center. What if I do it over here? Yeah, see? So this one is now connected to the goal, right? Wait, no. It thinks that there is nothing there. Wait. Wait. It's RNG. Oh, it is RNG. It is, yeah. I mean, it's literally RNG because we can have the same rule specified multiple times. If I want to have multiple tiles to be used, for RNG, literally. Okay. Yes. So it thinks that this means that there is nothing, even although here we specify magenta to be not empty specifically. It's not empty, it's not empty. Not empty should not match the empty connection, right? So maybe my connections are not empty. But why? No. I create the mesh, the tile map would be... if there is nothing... Wait, hold on. Some tile set position. Yeah, we mesh tile map, get at position plus delta. If it is nothing, then it's empty. So there is definitely nothing above that block. Let me try some other color. Let me try matching the empty one, like white. Let me use the white color here. What's going to happen? So that literally matches nothing, right? What happens here? So this thing... It's like it's opposite. Or oh, wait, no. This block is like the rule for this guy specifically, and it doesn't match anymore. So since it doesn't match, I use the default one. How about we do render config block. They just have default to be the error or something. Like this one, you know, 11.9. So it will show then the error, right? Because it doesn't match any rules here for me. Yes, because there is no rule like that. Because it's not empty, alright. So this is correct. We do it be magenta. Nope. I don't understand it. I'm stupid. How does my code work? Magenta means not empty. So it should not match the empty ones. But this over here literally has the emptiness on the top. So how did this rule even match? Bum 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 boom boom boom. So there, like, it switches between the two images because there are two rules that match. The rule that says that it's surrounded by nothing, and then the rule that says that, like the one that I was just changing, which should say that above should be not empty. But it's literally empty here. I say that this requires the same thing. And everything is good again, because it's the same rule as before. If I require it to be different. It's like the air is actually treated as a block. Hold on, maybe okay, maybe I'm treating air as a block, which has something inside. That would be the only create mesh. Let's see where it's being created. Create mesh. Oh, it's never even is. This function is not used even. Okay. What is being used? Am I even making the tile map then? We have a test. I'll set definition. Generate mesh. Generate mesh is only used in a test. Yes, this is only being used in a test. So we just use tile set position like this function, right? This is being used in the game renderer. Connections. So what is my connections? Tile UV. Connections. It's same or different. Yeah, okay, it's never empty. That's why it is like that. Okay. It's because I didn't use the API correctly. Hello, Ola. I see his boys. So tile UV here. We only use same as different here. This one says it's path. I think instead of different, it should be empty. This is specifically for path. Or is it not? It's for paths. Okay. Then this is also paths. This one was using empty already. Okay, so like then there is the only other thing, which is this, where connections is this function. Yes. It's same or different. There you go. This is what needs to be changed. Static entities reachable by path, whatever. Like, I need to know if there is even something there or if there is not something there. No cake stream today, we're saved. Huh? Logsent? How's game dev going today? I fixed a couple bugs. Now I'm going to fix another one. And then I'm going to try to change the way things look a little bit. Wait, can I unclose the closed tab here in Hbrite? No, not really. Okay. So what is this? Match static entities get is some and cell entities. This. Okay. Let's just say this. If there is some entities in the cell, right? Cell entities contains name. Contains name means that there is the same thing. Yeah. So this is basically just is same, but if there is something there, is not really handled. Some cell entities. Then inside of here, I will match that. So if it's none, then I say auto tile connection empty. Entities. Oh, Veldeck. So we can start with this. Okay. And then we say, we go back. So magenta should be not empty specifically. And then we go here. And then I color everything to be magenta. It's going to work. For sure this time. Fuck, it didn't work. Oh. I'm using these colors. What is this color? Wait, what even is this color? 0B9BE. This one says anything. So it always matches. And this one is 15. This one, say not same. Yes. Makes sense. Okay. This one says not empty at the top. And you are over here not empty, right? So that's why you are connected. This makes sense. But it is still two things. It still matches the empty one. What? Did I save the file? Did I recompile? Connections. What do I always say empty? Like, it's either same or empty. Like, literally. That's the code that I am supposed to look for, right? Like, why are you matching now? Why is this actually working? Because this block requires the top one to be... Oh, the top block requires to be not empty. That's right. That's actually right. So it's connecting to itself. Because I am this. Okay, sure. You are saying then that this is different because it doesn't contain the same block, but there is still something, right? There is still something there. Oh! This is actually working correctly, right? We have two blocks that are appearing here, because this one is different, but the empty block rule says that it should match anything, right? This is the empty block over here. This block over here is the empty one, right? This one. It says that on the side can be anything. Wait, no. What is this color? This is weird. It says not same. Yes. Not same includes the different one. So I actually want the emptiness then. So I want to change everything to white, which is this color. Right? So this block, for example, on the top we have a player, which I guess with the player should be removed from the auto tiling completely. But yeah, this one is connecting. Yeah, okay. This actually looks correct now. So basically, we have a like, let's say that I want to have a pool like this, right? But why is this not working though? Hold on. This says not empty, which it should be. Why is it now my screen fully? I feel like the centers of the blocks. Maybe it must have this color for some reason. Maybe. Is that how I'm doing it? Yeah, like this block is visible, right? Everything else is not. Because the one in the center must be same. Is that part of my auto tiling logic? Same. It's not supposed to be like that. Oh, yes. There you go. If connection is same. For in tile rules. Oh, no. If it's the same, then we copy the stuff. No. This is just doing the... copying the pixels. That's different. Hello, Nuncodes. How are you doing? I'm hunting a bug or something.
Turf Satana.
In my auto tiling. This is about extending the pixels for like the subpixel rendering. We don't worry about that. Getting ready for my low-code job. Why the sad face? You were looking for a job, right? And now you got it, and now you're sad because you have a job. FUV Noctis, hello. What's going on? I'm trying to figure out why all my thing is empty, is invisible on the screen, unless I mark the centers as being the same blocks. That's so weird. Only a little bit of code, not really software. So like you're the one doing the dishes at work. So are you going to start looking for a different job immediately? Like you already have a job, but now you are going to look for another job in the background? Where you actually write code? Because that's what you want, to write code? To engineer the software? I'm stupid. I don't understand my code. What do I do at my job? I write code. Yes, I do engineer the software, I guess. Makes coffee. Well, I do make coffee, but that's not part of the job, you know. Since I'm working remotely, like how do you even remotely make coffee for your boss? That's not possible. I make coffee for myself though. Yeah. What kind of software? I work on Codeforces. This website. Look at my graph. You code coffee. Sometimes, if there is a coffee in a game, I might code a coffee. The competitive programming side, yeah. On all the different parts of it, I work. What am I even trying to look at here? So if I mark the center of the block to be magenta, just like everything else here, the filter of the magenta is the not empty. Not empty matches the thing itself, so it should work. But it doesn't work. Connections is this. So I do the tile UV using the connections. Tile UV using the connections. Tile UV. So we have over here the connections. The connections contain the sameness. So definition, tile set position for the connections says this. We'll go over the matched rules. So the rules where all the connection rules match. And then we choose the random one over the matched rules. Or the default. And since I have the default, it should never be empty. Wait, what? It should never be empty. Because I always return the default. Right? So let me just comment this. Say that I return self-default. This means that every single tile should be rendered as the default, which I set to be like this, like cross. Right? Yes, that's exactly what it is. So we definitely go here. But then, so you are saying that I'm choosing a rule that matches to an empty tile. Is that so? That would be very weird. Right? Oh, wait a second. I know. Yes, it was in this place. Indeed. I understand now. We look at this same, right? Which I was saying that we should not worry about this. So so what happens actually? Let me just explain. What happens is that since I'm drawing these things separately sometimes, like, and I'm doing subpixel stuff, I actually want to extend this sprite a little bit to the side by 1 pixel. So I'm generating a new tile set out of this tile set where all the surrounding tiles are going to be the same color as the tile on this border, if I'm expecting the thing on the side to be the same. And similarly to that, I'm copying the middle, but only if it is the same. But I guess the middle should always be copied. We do this because of the like subpixel rendering. So I should do connection filter. I think I should say rule connections get this is equal to that, or dx dy is equal to 0, 0. Or this. If one of these then we copy. It's because I literally just overwritten my entire tile set with transparent pixels. That's why we don't see anything. There you go. All right, nice, nice. So now you see how the these tiles, they are trying to be connected to the water, right? That's what I was thinking about doing. But this doesn't look very good, right? If I just say this and then I have the water inside, I guess let's do the same for the water first, right? So for the water, I have Wait, what is the rules for the water? Oh, it's called path rules? Why is it called path rules? Not a path, but sure. Okay, so we then make these ones to be empty, and then these ones to be magenta. And then the water will also connect to the block, right? So there you go. Now we see that this is still ugly, right? So I kind of want them to be connected like this, so that the top of the thing is not rounded like before, right? But now, because there is no border at all in between them, it looks weird. So we want another rule and another set of tiles, which introduces this border. Right? Let me keep this saved. Alright, okay, so how many new tiles do I need for this? How many do I have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 5 times 12 is 60. Minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. So it's exactly 47. Just like you said. Are you gonna add an obligatory water level? What is a water level? I mean, the water is not something that we can swim in. The water is something that our side effects swim in. It's called the disable block, technically, not the water. Because, like, the surface is not penetratable, you know, by the player, but only by the side effects. It's weird. What would the water level be about? So I want to go back to this, but then I want the same where some of the connections are. So right now, why is it 47 right now, right? Why is it exactly 47? Because for every of the sides, every of the 4 sides, it can be either not connected or connected, which would make us to have 16. But then it's also about the corners. But if we count all the corners, that will be like 2 to the power of 8, which would be 64. No, 256, which is not what we have, right? But we don't care about the corners sometimes. These things, this color, means that we don't care what is in this corner. And we don't care what is in the corner if... what's the reason for me not caring about what's in the corner? If the side is already like... if I expect this the side to be empty, then the connected corners, I don't care about them. Yes, that's the rule, I think. So about all the four sides, so about the the direct side, not the corners, we have like the two variants. Either I want it to be connected or I want it to be not connected. And then for the corners, it's only I only care about the two variants if it's not connected to the side. If the side is if both sides are expected to be the same, if both sides are expected to be connected. So if I wanted to add another, like in the third variant, that 47 more. Like let me try to do this. Sprite, canvas size. Just to expand this, I guess. And then I will just copy paste that. I just copy paste this. What if I just copy paste this, but I say that I expect all the sides to be different? Different is the yellow color in the color coding, right? Let's do yellow. FF00. So every side that I expect to be the same, I change it to be this. Is this going to be enough? Potentially. But maybe this is something completely wrong. So for example, this block in the middle means that it's surrounded but by all the different blocks. But then in this case, in the corners, I don't care what is in the corner. Yeah, all the corners should be like marked with anythings again. I'll do this after. I'm a Kubiman annoyer. Amentai. Amentai. I don't know. I don't think I'm annoyed by anything. Maybe I'm just not noticing. In fact, I probably want... Let's do this. And then this thing, I'm going to remove. And then I'm going to remove this thing too, because I want this to be in the path rules. What's the size now? 768. Price canvas size 768. I'll do this instead for for the block rules, not for the path rules, because I want this to be connected more. And then over here also say sprite canvas size. Wait, what was the what was the size? 768. 768. So then we'll copy these blocks. Over here. Yes, that's right. And I will draw them differently here, I guess. Just finish these lines. I want to draw lines. Why do I not see the grid anymore? View grid. Yes. Can I do this like automatically somehow? Without writing code? I can write code that does that, but... Like I want to draw just over... Actually, maybe I can. Can I select all of these colors and then draw on top of that? Can I draw on top of the selection like this? Yes? Yes, I can. Oh, there you go. That's what I should have been doing. Because I only want to change the that color. Yep. And then I also select this one. Have a brush size 4 and go over every single intersection, selecting the yellow color this time. Wait, I'm waiting. Dev Ninja. Lower left didn't get. Isn't the one block wider than the others? I don't think so. Bottom left corner. You just need the yellow vertical line here. Yes, I'll add that. Other than that, I think this should be all. This over here is missing. Over here too. Okay, so basically, now that we have these rules, right? So we have these rules. On the left, I say, yeah, I just don't use the magenta at all. is the yellow instead. So I have two sets of tiles. First, the tiles that are connecting to itself, and then the tiles that connect to a different tile. But what if one of them is different and one of them is the other one? So like for each of these, so I guess technically for each of these, we need like 4 different ones. That's a lot of things though. Am I going with Wang tiles? What's Wang tiles? They're modeled visually by square tiles with a color of each side. No, that's not what I'm doing. This will not be enough though. I feel like the easiest way would be to actually like generate these tiles. Just like think about this one. Think about this block, right? That is surrounded by something always, right? I need 4 versions of this. No, I need not 4. I need 16 versions of it. Of this center block. So basically for each of these yellow ones, so for each tile, each yellow side multiplies the variance by 2 here. So I need 16 versions of this. I need 8 versions of this. I need 4 versions of this. And I need like 2 versions of this. So the second version is like over here already. But like, you know, we could generate those instead. This video is 3 hours. I'm not going to do a 3-hour video. Yeah, because that's a lot. So we need to actually write code that generates the tiles, I think. It's not that there we have rules. We have rules here. Even these tiles could be generated. Maybe this propagation for next stream is really interesting. What's it interesting for? What is it interesting for? What is this? What are we trying to do? I'm trying to make a game. That not everything that is like possible should be done on this stream. For the generation part, generation of what? Of the tiles themselves? Yeah, sure. I don't need to watch Coding. I can come up with the algorithm myself. It's not that difficult. I know how I understand how to generate this. I'm pretty sure. If I think about it. Like, let's say that I wanted this to not be hand drawn, but I want this to be generated. Right? So basically, I show you how to do a corner like this. I show you how to do the top part like this. Show how to do a side. So like basically there are yeah. there are things for corners of every tile, right? So basically, imagine if we split every like imagine if we had a different one, a different grid, which is twice as dense, like this, right? So basically, always, one of the corners is always connected to the thing that I want to have. It's like, so one of the corners is always my thing, right? And then there's only the 4 other corners that matter. So shouldn't I only need 16 like tiles like this, basically? Well, not exactly. Like 16 times, not 16. The one of them is always me. The other one is like binary. So we would have just 8. 8 times 3, 8 times 4 is 32. I think 32 tiles like this will be enough. So basically, for each quadrant of every tile, we take it from an existing thing. Like look at this thing. Look at this thing over here, right? This corner is literally the same as this corner over here, right? Why am I drawing this twice? It's literally the same as this one over here, and it is the same as this one over here, you know? You know what I mean? These are all the same. And the condition for this quadrant of this tile to be this is that we expect nothing. We expect no connection on the left, and we expect no connection on the top. Well, maybe you want them different. Do you ever want it to be different? I mean, maybe sometimes you do want it to be different, yes. But I mean, for the way we are doing our tile set, we don't. Like, our tile set is actually doing it according to these rules, I'm pretty sure. I need to remember this one Steam review, which was like, this game only uses 2 GB of space, it can't be good. What? My game right now on Steam is like less than 100 megabytes, I think. Fake loading screens, fake memory consumption, fake file size. Yeah, we can do some fakeness there. For sure. Well, do we ever want this to be different? Are these things different in some games? Show me examples of the things. And then over here, is this like another solution for the same problem? But instead of doing it in the quadrants like this, they divide each tile into the into these ones. What does this help us do? And why is it only 11 tiles? So like, yeah, I need 32 tiles. And they need just 11. So you can have as many tiles as you want. Model visually by square tiles on each side. A set of such tiles is selected, and copies of the tiles are arranged side by side with matching colors without rotating or reflecting them. Basic question. You can have as many as you want. Oh, okay. Okay. I think it's actually is literally the same. It's just like, what is the meaning of these colors, right? We have this color coding, but it means a little bit different. This means that the block on this side should be different. This means that the block on the side should be the same. White means that it must be empty. This one doesn't care about it. Just find the tiles where the sides plus colors match. Like green left can only match with green right. So it's similar but different the way we do it here. Because what if on the right we like green left can only match with green right. It's more complex than that. I like it's not always matching colors. And sometimes it's about the corners, not about the sides. So like this Wang tiles, they don't care about the corners, it seems, but I do. Because if we have inside a game, this thing, look at this tile over here. This tile over here, right? On the top, on the left, on the bottom, on the right, these connections are not enough. We need to look at this corner to like select which one is here. So we also match the colors of the corners. But it's not also it's not just like the colors. The colors have meanings. And it's not only about matching colors. Like, you know, some colors can be matched with multiple other colors, I guess, is what I mean. Right? This is something that the Wang tiles cannot do because they only look at the sides, right? So yeah, I think we can generate like this. At least for the current tile set, it will work. So we will have just 32 small tiles like this. And then we generate the rest. Oh my god, there's a lot of work. And then we will have not actually 32 because now on these small ones, so we have smaller, right? And right now we need 47 tiles. With this quadrant stuff, we will only need 32. There's also this thing where they're like right now the right side and the left side are completely symmetrical, so I can reduce that to just 16 tiles. We are not symmetrical vertically, but we are symmetrical horizontally, right? So I can do this with just 16 tiles. And then for each of these quadrants, so like one of the corners is one that we actually want, right? And then the two sides, I am either connected because it's the same block, or I am disconnected because I want it to be completely disconnected, or it is a disconnected one but connected at the same time, also like partially disconnected because it's like connecting to a different tile, kind of. So we want a border in between. So that's like 3 variants for this, 3 variants for that.
How is it going?
Hello, Hari. It's going well. We're doing no progress for the last hour. But maybe I'll start making progress soon. I'm just wondering, like, is this going to be easy enough so that I can do it today, or should I just do it some other day? So we have 3 variants for this, 3 variants for this, which is already 9 variants for each quadrant. And plus for the corner, I care, but maybe only sometimes. I don't care about the corner if both of them are empty. If one of them, if one of the things is connected to the side, do I care about the corner? Maybe not. So I only care about the corner. If I am connected to the both sides, right? Yeah, I think that's how it works. Yes.
Scam?
What scam? What do you mean scam? I never scam. So we will have basically 9 9 and 9 plus 1. I think we have 10 for each of the quadrants. So it would be just 40 tiles. It still will be less than we currently have if we have all the 4 sides, or it would be just 20. SR when? What is SR? Song requests? I'm not sure. I don't like music on stream too much. I mean, I don't know. It's nice, but also not sure. Don't like music? But if I request good music? Okay. How do you do this though? Song request. Like, isn't then then you need like there's Nightbot song requests? Should I use some existing bot for that? Should I use Nanify? The website is not responding. What do you don't like? Movies, fruits, berries? What else? Read your email address and email verification status. No account. Sign up. You don't spam me? Promise? Okay. What happened? I don't know. I clicked sign up and it just like hangs thinking. Shuffle button is null. Uncaught type error. Shuffle button is null. Cross origin request blocked. Cloudflare inside. So yeah, I did the post. Maybe it's fine that there's this error is there. I send the request and I don't get a response. And I cannot even look at my request before I get a response or something. Is that how Firefox works? Here's my request. What I really love about Ustream is that there is no music. It's often to listen to streamers who are running music as loud as their voice. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about music. Like, it's nice, but it's also annoying sometimes, you know? Gateway timeout, there we go. Nanify.com. Post error. All right. You actually stopped listening to music while coding recently? Yeah, I don't listen to anything. I have like other streamers open, and I cannot code because of that sometimes. Am I stopping anyone from working right now by talking too much? But pluses, you don't have to deal with copyright claims. Yeah, there's also that. Also, but you can when streaming, you can basically have a different. You can have like a specific channel to be available on stream, but not on the VOD, so you don't get like the copyrights, right? So you don't save it in the VOD. Is how people do it. I think. I have stream plus music plus trying to program. Yeah, see, like, so because I don't play music myself, you can choose your own music, right? That's the thing. You're still liable for that even when the music is not in the VOD. Like to listen to my own music, as 90% of other people's music is trash and annoys me. Yeah. Everyone's taste is trash. It's only your music, which is nice. Okay, so do I do this? Do I do this? Do I do this? So we have in the game, this is our config, right? We have the auto tile. Color coded rules. Tile size 16. I feel like we can support both ways of doing it. If I just say auto tile, so if I just say here auto tile, but I say like something like, you know, generate quadrants. instead, then it will use a different algorithm for this. But the thing is, then, so then instead of drawing a single quad for every tile, I need to draw 4 quads for the 4 quadrants, right? Or I generate all of the things in the tile set, or I do that. Drawing 4 times as much of the squares, which I don't think is bad. We don't draw that many squares. Squares are not a problem. If song has lyrics, it's impossible to code to that. Skill issue. All right, let me see. Tile load, definition, auto tile. What is there? Self. What is self? Tile set. We have texture, and texture is going to be like modified texture, right? Texture. What is texture? Texture is texture from image. Expanded image, right? I'm expanding my image, but now I wouldn't need to expand it like twice. I feel like I could have another one then.
Add comment channel point redemption. Scam.
Not a scam. I just removed it. We only keep the good comments now, not the comments from chat. You know? So this means that I would need to the delta W. Hello. First check my stuff is gone, now comments. You don't write comments, so to which comments are you referring to? How do you think this comment got here? Like, it was right there on the screen. 3 multiply alpha. How do you think this comment got here? It's me, you see it, me, 29 months ago, I wrote a comment. I don't write them very often, right? Like, but I mean, once every couple years, you know, is good enough. We have couple. Like, here's one. Tile set position. Tile UV. Wait, but this means that tile... Wait, what? Why is this taking an iterator of tile sets? Tile UV should be belonging to a specific tile set. Huh? Okay, whatever. Tile UV. Tile UV here. I was just like thinking of making a separate texture because like I need them to be expanded twice at a different like tile size, which would be weird. um cache contains cache insert tile cache data. But I also can I can just cache more stuff. I can not only cache the UV, but I can also cache the texture where it comes from or something. If it's multiple textures. Although that would be weird. The rendering code is so bad. Should I just redo the rendering of the game from scratch? I don't know if it's worth it. So the easiest path would be to go for the same texture and just like generate more stuff there, which is fine, I guess. But the only problem, the only thing to think about is, do I generate the images for all of the full tiles, or do I draw the quadrants then, right? So for each entity, which is static, I'm calculating its UV, right? And I'm just going to draw it in quadrants. So I need 4 UVs to be calculated, not just 1, right? Yeah, I just need 4 and not 1. So tile cache data would be the 4 UVs, right? I need a 2x2 array like this for the 4 quadrants, right? Quadrant UVs. Okay. Then something doesn't compile, and we figure out what we need to do here. And I guess like it's actually like let's say UVs, tile UVs. Let's do this. We'll have enum tile UVs, and it's either a full tile UV, or it is quadrants. In case of quadrants, it's a 2x2, and in case of a full tile, is just this. You know? So some tiles I will draw fully, some tiles I will draw by quadrants. Right? So we can start by saying cached UV over here. What's this is used for? This is not used for anything. Okay, sure. So we say tile UVs full tile with this cached UV. That's what I do. So this is when I am converting tile instances. Cached UV is this. Option cached UV. Cached data. UV. Instanced cached UV. Okay. So now every instance is potentially corresponding to multiple instances, actually. Right? So this over here would be cached. This. So the tile here is optional tile cached UVs. So this would be not map, this would be flat map, right? Flat map. Are instances clonable? They are. What is even this code? This is for shadows? Maybe I just keep this code the same. I instead say that on the instance, the tile instance, how do I draw this thing? This should be not cached UV maybe, but maybe this should be a tile cached UV. Tile UVs or something. Is it like... tile cached UVs? So should this be like public maybe? It'll be somewhere over here. So this would be tile cached UVs. Instance cached UV is tile UV. Tile UV is giving me this thing. So this is now going to be doing something different. Cached UV new. Yeah, let's for now say map. Map cached tile UVs full tile. So we just do this now. Full tile, full tile. This does not implement the copy. It should. So now we just have these two issues, right? So what's the UV? So now when I'm actually doing the rendering, this is not just a UV now. This is a cached UVs, which is either a single UV or a 4 UVs, right? This is UV Z, but by default, we are doing this, which is tile cached UVs full tile by default. Okay, we have UVs, and then UV does not have the texture matrix. But so we instead should add like 4 meshes instead of 1 mesh. I don't know, the way this code works is that I might actually hurt performance here a lot. Maybe. Let's try this here. 4. UV in UVs. Or transform and UV in UVs trans. I don't know, like parts, maybe something. Let me just do that. So have matrix. This would be part transform. Extend matrix. Times part transform. I think it should be here. UVs. So we have an impl tile cached UVs function parts, which would give me iterator where item is a transform and a cached UV for this thing. I'm going to match self. So it's a full tile, then I just return the identity matrix and the UV. And over here, if it's UVs, then this cannot be an impl iterator anymore. Box stain iterator. In this case, we do iterate once. And in this case, expected once to be an iterator that yields a matrix. Okay, yeah. I do this. And in this case, we do UVs iterate. Or let's do, yeah, sure. Let's do this. UVs iterate, enumerate, app, max. What's happening with my editor? Why is it jumping all over the place? Is VS Code broken? Why are you jumping down like this when I'm writing my code? I don't think I saw that before. Annoying. Should I go back to the new Vim? Ugh, it's kind of hot. Need to open the window. So it returns this. So I need to return the matrix. Would be matrix scale around by 0.5. Have I tried VS Code new Vim extension? It's a must-have for me. Will it stop the editor from jumping left and right? I don't think so. I don't care about the Vim bindings too much. I mean, they're nice, but I don't think they're a must-have. Is there a VS Code Helix extension? Because I like Helix keybinds more than Vim. A VS Code Cocoon or some stuff like that. VS Code. Provides Cocoon expired commands and key bindings for VS Code. The dense. It's called dense. Wouldn't this be better than the Vim? Why Cocoon keybinds and not Vims? Well, because they're better, right? Unlike VS Code Vim, which attempts to emulate Vim, where our only goal is to provide the native commands and keybinds that are inspired. Z. Yeah, maybe we should do Z. Why is it trying to log in? Wait, what is the code that I was writing? Also, does it work here? Okay. Does the Rust language server work? Looks like it actually does. Okay, there we go. I don't know. How do I hide this window though? How do I hide this one? Control J? Probably. I have it downloaded and installed already. I just don't use it. It's that though. Let's see if it's better. I mean, it looks like just like VS Code, kind of. The scrolling doesn't seem to be like 100 FPS. I think this is still 60 FPS. Do I need to have some setting to unlock like the smoother scrolling? This does not feel like 100 FPS. I think. Yeah, no, it does not. Is that available for Windows? I think so. Maybe? No? I think... I don't know, maybe not. Can I show the FPS? Also, my ligatures here don't work. I tried to configure this for my ligatures, but they don't work. I don't have ligatures. And to figure out how to do that. Do you have something like FPS? Do you have an FPS counter? Z show FPS counter. You can then use the get current FPS command. Oh. I refresh straight support. Bleeded. I can confirm that VS Code scrolls it consistent. I mean, VS Code also doesn't scroll it at 120 FPS though, for me. Is it my code? Is my code so bad that it cannot even scroll smoothly? Hold on, let me open some other code, like this code over here, right? No, this is not smooth either. Or is it? Wait, hold on, is it? I think this actually is smoother. Hold on, and then I open this file. I think this file is not as smooth to scroll as this file. How do I make sure? How do I show the FPS on screen? There's no way they don't include it in the editor itself, right? There's built-in AI chat. You need to log into the AI. Sign in, something. Disconnected. I clicked sign in, it says disconnected. Yeah. Hold on. Z editor show FPS. Can I show FPS in Z editor? But it depends on what exactly you're using. If you're using the Z Explorer, you're using Z Unity plugin. Unreal Engine. No, I want to make sure that my scrolling scrolls at 1,000,000,000 FPS. As of now, Z-Editor doesn't have a built-in counter. Is there a plugin for this? External FPS, NVIDIA Frame View, Matters Frame Clocks, Wayland Debug, High-Speed Camera Test. Shit, I need to buy a camera to make sure that my... What's the list of plugins for this? Where's the plugins? Git panel, outline panel, collab panel, project search, diagnostics, close left dock, about Z file. Wait, what am I looking for? Plugins. Plugins. Mend palette, plugin. Is there no plugins for Z? F1 FPS? There's no FPS here. Where's the plugins? Or do they not have plugins yet? Extensions are on roadmap? Oh, they don't have it still? No, Z extensions, there we go. Like, why is it not like a button on the UI though? Or am I not seeing it? Am I blind? FPS. Ow. There are a bunch of extensions. Alright, whatever. What was I trying to do actually? Manga HUD. It's just called Manga HUD. It is. How do you use it? Let's install it quickly. It's just 5 megabytes. And go hard, and then Z, like this. Zeditor is what it's called. Mango hard Zeditor. Okay, there you go. There you go. Alright. 144 FPS. So like if I don't touch anything, then it doesn't redraw the screen, which is making sense. Now if I move my mouse, then they go to 100 FPS. 120 something. Okay, let's try scrolling. Yeah, I told you it's not 100 FPS. It's only 80, 70, 80. 70 to 80 FPS. It's trash. We need a new editor which is faster. It's not enough speed for me. What about this file? The settings, right? I had a feeling that this smooth, yeah. See, like this file, this stupid simple JSON file can be scrolled at 140 FPS. But this, like my Rust code, only scrolls at like 70. So they lied. Their editor is only smooth on like tiny files. How many lines of code is in this file? It's not even that big, it's just 500 lines. It's not even 1,000, Nerdzel. It's less than 500 here. Do I need to buy a new GPU to run the Z editor faster? A new CPU? Like, what's the problem? It's not even using this CPU or GPU fully. This is a useful program. What if I go to projects Linksider and I say mango hard just run. Just going to stash. Is it going to show me the FPS of my game and how bad my game is? Run Linksider with it? Yeah, I'm trying to do that. This is the debug build though. Oh wait, hold on, what? Invalid value, OpenGL error? Wait, what? This thing breaks my game. Angahad DL sim. What does it do? Is it a bit problematic with OpenGL apps? It still is doing that. We have OpenGL error. Seems to be default now. So it just doesn't work with OpenGL. Or is it actually exposing a bug in my OpenGL usage? OpenGL games may also need DLSim hooking, which is now enabled by default. Some Linux native OpenGL games overrides LD preload and stops Mango HUD from working. You can sometimes fix this by editing LD preload. This. I might be doing the LD preload. No, I'm not doing that. Let's file a bug report. Maybe it's bug in my game. Should I report the bug to myself? Let's try running something else that's doing OpenGL. Let's go to gluten. Okay. Go add or go run example window. So yeah. This means that it's me who is doing something wrong, right? This is OpenGL. Okay, how do I fix it then? The triangle is only shown... Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. The FPS is different. Wait, hold on. Why is it like this? Why is the FPS different if I'm moving my mouse? If I'm moving my mouse, I have 1000 FPS. If I'm not moving my mouse, then I only have 300 FPS. What does it mean? You have the same issue, actually. Power saving. Only on Hyperland. Maybe it's Hyperland, it's like redrawing the screen when the mouse is moving. And because my mouse has 1000 like hertz refresh rate, it's actually trying to draw at 1000 FPS because of that. I guess. Or is it always 1000 for you? Is your mouse also 1000 hertz? I'm not sure. This thing is not even seen. You will see the same behavior if you open triangle in full screen. So I'm doing something wrong with my OpenGL. Let's go to a different one. Let's go to my engine. Let's go hello world. Okay, so actually my hello world also works. Wait a second, but my hello world is locked to 140 FPS. This doesn't work. This doesn't have the same thing. But it's because, maybe it's because I just changed the logic. Okay, what about something else like Crab Rave? You have 2 OpenGLs? Yeah, Crab Rave doesn't work. Okay, so there is some specific things that don't work. What's the difference between a Crab Rave and a thing? So the only difference, as far as I understand, is the fact that we load the assets which contain a bunch of textures. So I'm just loading textures. And hello world doesn't load the textures. What if I run custom shader? This one doesn't load a texture, right? Okay. There is some other thing though. Shader compilation failed. Wait. Shader compilation failed. If I try to do this without my Mango run. Okay. What's the shader compilation issue? Texture. What's my shader? Oh, I know why. It's because this over here should not be called texture. Stupid. There we go. I fixed the thing through the Mango hub. It also works. Okay. Fix custom font shader example. Okay, what else? So it's literally me loading a texture. Okay, so why would this result in an OpenGL error? But only if I go through the Mango hub. Why is that? What's the error actually is saying? The error says that it is a set filter that doesn't work. Invalid value for the set filter of the nearest filter. Wait, can I not set the filter to be nearest? Is that the case? Texture. That filter. I think this code is bugging out. Let me try debug checking earlier. Maybe I'll find a bug right now. Line 70. This actually failed. Okay, let's do a couple more. Create texture, bind texture, text parameter. All of those. Amisis, hello, hello. Thanks for the raid. Hello, guys, welcome. How are you doing? What were you doing on your stream? I'm hunting a bug, which I found in OpenGL. In my OpenGL usage, apparently. Can try measure of FPS on VS Code with the same file? Maybe. Hold on, let me just fix the bug, because this feels like I found a bug in my engine. Update our Steam page, what's going on here? Oh, what's your Steam page? You can link it. We are making a game, Linksider. Although I didn't make much work on it, the trailer is running on the top right. My game is this. Shadows of Tuonela. A fantasy multiplayer game blending high intensity PvP with a chill PvE. Prepare to battle in the mystical purgatory of Tuonela. Explore, gear up, face epic monsters. Nice. About this game. Game's source code contains AI generated code. Oh wait, okay, yeah. That like contains images. How do you put images into the source code? Cool. You have a Steam page. Similar to the Magica. How long have you been working on this? The art looks like you have it's been temporary. Or is this the final art? My biggest issue is that this is whole floor is like a single texture being repeated. I guess it's a little weird. PvP multiplayer game. Love letter to old school. MMOs. Maybe I didn't play old school MMOs much. But yeah, maybe it's like this on purpose. Sure. Use the mix of 3D and 2D. Like it reminds me of like the Don't Starve art style, but the Don't Starve art, like you don't have the objects being 3D at all. So the only 3D thing is actually the ground then. I think. Right? Everything else is 2D sprites. Boom, boom. Alright, well, good luck with your project. Badass Games. Nice name. What should we call our company? We don't have a company name yet. Invalid value. Hungry source. Sure. Oh my god, I'm lost. Do it again. Okay, it's in line 57. 57. So actually the first one, which means that the error, the OpenGL error happened. Wait, the OpenGL error happened not in this code. Okay, sure. Where is it then? So then I call the from image texture new raw. So this one is being called then from load texture. Wait, do I have the error in immediately? Image. It's being used. Bad boob gamers. That the name you propose for my company? Load from memory. Like there is nothing happening with OpenGL here, I think. Before I actually try to convert it. Which means that it's in a different place. Load texture. How's Linksider progress? I fixed some bugs, and now we found another bug in the engine, probably. Or maybe it's not the bug in the engine, I'm not sure yet. What's happening? And to activate Linux, go to settings. Yeah, but it requires me buying the license. And I'm broke. I don't have the money. Can someone give me money, please? Ask Bill Gates. He will pay it for you. Really? I thought he spent all his money on Africa. So he doesn't have money for me anymore. I don't think Bill Gates can afford a Linux license now that he spent all his money on Africa. What do we do? How do I find the issue? And to check for error earlier. For example, do I check for error when I initialize the OpenGL? Maybe. Let's try for that. Context. Initialize. There is a check. Which is this? Yes. So this one is being checked. Okay. How about when I'm like rendering or something? Run. Let's say that when I am doing the minor try check. Backend run this thing. Match event. How about over here? I say window. Angle check. Want to see if this is going to be present. So this is running the check every event. So like every frame, I guess. Wait. Oh, it's a different example. No, this one works. We want the crab rave. New backend maybe. Forecast. No, I don't. I need to just finish the JavaScript. And to forecast, I just need to make sure that I can start making games with it. So I need to finish the JavaScript. And JavaScript, the next step would be to do something similar to monomorphization, I think, because I cannot transpile all of the generic code to JavaScript because types should not exist at runtime. So it should get rid of the things that shouldn't exist at runtime. I don't think I'm not sure if I will work on cast this month. I want to focus on the game. Might work on it off stream though. A new backend maybe after. I don't know. At some point, the new backend, the native backend, also needs to be started. Yeah. So I want to see if I have a window line 200. Source lib. Specifically the lib is what I'm looking for, right? 229. What? That's not even the line that exists. I have the stack trace to be shown in a better way. Like, this is unreadable. Also, why is it like that? Why is it not using the full thing? Why is it using the full thing here but not over there? Oh, I know why. It's because I'm moving my window like this. Can I make sure that the new window opens like full screen already? This is annoying. I can make this a floating window, and this will work. Okay, maybe this makes it more readable. 231. 231. So this one actually breaks. Wait, where was it? 231 over there at the top. Yeah. This one. This actually breaks. On what so like, is it on the first frame or not on the first frame? Event. Let's see what's happening. So I just check for OpenGL errors, and there's an error. Well, when the window becomes focused. Why? Or maybe I want to also check in the end. Go check. Let's check in the end. Maybe it was after the first draw. So no, it's not. Yeah, it's literally like when focused. So the OpenGL error happens in the code of the Mongo of this thing. What happens when you ignore focus event and just exit? What if like this thing just generates the error for some reason? But like, why doesn't it not generate the error? Because there's no code that's running in between, right? No, my code. It will fail on different event if you ignore focused event and just exit. Yeah, no. I can do try check and then ignore that and see if this changes anything. Like, what if I ignore the error? You know? If I ignore the error, then everything is fine. So this thing generates me an OpenGL error, but there is no error. Nice, everyone's dream. Hold on. Why would it be like that though? Okay, what's this thing called? The Mongo HUD. OpenGL error. Like, I would like to know what exactly is the error that happened. It says it said invalid argument, right? Didn't it say invalid argument? Like, if I just comment this line, I guess we will see it. Am I still working on that issue? No, which issue? It says the invalid value. The issue you were working on the start of the stream? No, not that. The issue at the start of the stream was fixed. Now we'll look into some other random stuff. So we found this application which is allowing me to see the FPS on the screen of my apps without implementing it myself. Right? Like this. So here's my example of a dancing crab. So I can know that it's running at 140 FPS. But the thing is, because I'm checking for errors constantly, this thing actually generates an error. So I need to ignore it. It seems. But I mean, it's weird that it is generating the error, right? But it's only generating the error if I'm loading a texture. If I never load a texture, wait, what is that? Like it only generates me an error. Yes, if I load a texture, right? That was the thing. Maybe it's me. Hold on. Like, so what happens is that ugly texture, right? Like, what am I doing here? I'm binding the texture. I'm doing some parameters for it. What if I try to just, you know, what if I try for this texture? Or is it because I draw the texture? No, there's no way, right? Side quest Z FPS still on VS Code scrolling on Linksider. And if I fix a bug about tool not working, fix engine bug, yeah. That's what was happening. What if I go for the texture and I say something like, what if I just try to not do the image here? What if I just try not to generate the MIP maps or something? Like some of these. If I comment something, you know? If I comment something, what I'm doing here, it's supposed to go away, right? What if I never bind a texture? I just create a texture here. GL gen textures. Okay, what if I never bind it though? I never do anything with it. Never set a filter or the wrap mode. Yeah, I tried Z and we figured out that the Z is scrolling not at 100 FPS, but only at 70 FPS, but only in my Rust code. But in a JSON file, it can scroll at 120 FPS. So my code makes Z struggle. Let's see what happens. Is it the bind texture? Let's try binding texture here. It is. So all I need to do is to bind a texture, and if I bind a texture, then this causes the error in the in the thing, in the thing. Okay. GL.active texture 0. What if I do this? Well, maybe they are using multiple active textures. Like, why would the binding a texture crash the thing? Raw texture 0. I mean, but why would this even make like, this shouldn't make any difference at all. Invalid value. Why is binding a texture? So what if I unbind the texture? So maybe the reason is that when the FPS counter is trying to do something, it assumes nothing is bound. So like my OpenGL state contains the texture being bound or something, and that breaks something somehow. Right? How did I learn OpenGL? With the OpenGL tutorial. By Nishi Productions, I'm pretty sure. This one. No, not sure if it's exactly this one, but I think. It was something about the Neon Helium Productions. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. What if I do... What if I do on the window backend native this thing here? Executor. Do I have an executor? No, I do not. Oh wait, where's the executor then? Executor try tick is over here. Yes, yes, yes. No, but no, this makes no sense. So it literally happens on the second one. So let me try doing this over here, right? I'm just going to do this. Window, ugly. I don't have like the raw stuff here, right? I guess, yeah. Go on. I guess in this case, I would want to have function raw would be raw context self inner What if I do this? So we'll do this raw dot bind texture ugly raw texture 2D and 0. This is how I unbind the texture, I think, right? So if I just unbind the texture, is this going to run properly now? Nope. To H1. Oh, hold on. Actually, this one is failing. This one actually is the one that's failing. Is that not how I bind the texture? GL bind texture 0. So ugly check. Let me do this here and like here. I want to know where exactly am I failing. $275. This one. So it's the same. Again, it's this. How do I debug this? So like, can I run Mongo like this thing, and then also like, how do I debug an OpenGL error? Through like the render doc. So render doc and Mongo run, Mongo hood run at the same time. Then maybe I will see what's wrong. Yeah, this thing is failing. Still, this is the same. So like, this doesn't help. This doesn't help. So what else am I doing? All what happened is like I just loaded a texture, right? I'm pretty sure. Let me see. What happened in the example? What happened in the example? Maybe I should minify the example further. Example crab rave, right? So like I'm loading multiple textures here, not just one. What if I just try one? Right? Let's make a simpler example. Hello, let's do hello world. Let's change hello world here, and then I will say then I will just say so asset manager load examples crab rave assets body png. Let's do this and see if this breaks hello world. Just loading the texture. Maybe I'm just wrong. Load a texture. This does break it. So like all I need to do to break is loading a texture, right? Right. So what happens when I load a texture? I just say, let's just do it without the load manager. We just say texture from image, or maybe just, let's just try creating a texture, new texture. of size 1 by 1 with a white pixel. So like just make a new white pixel texture. Does this break it? Maybe I cannot create textures. I can create a texture. Okay. What else can I try then? So let's mimic this loading, something different. We do texture from image, right? Image, load. Image open. Examples. Grab, rave, assets, body, PNG. Grab. This is the image. And then I just save from image. Does this take dynamic image? No, it's like RGBA image, so we just do that into here. Let's see if this breaks. Does texture dimensions matter? This works. So I could load this texture by doing this. Okay. So what is the loading of the texture do other than this code? Because I thought this is doing exactly this. Well, it's doing this in the async manner, which is not doing it in, like, maybe it's not doing it immediately, but in the, like, some other place. Potentially. Oh, potentially not. So, like, if I use the OpenGL, not when I'm rendering something, I'm not sure. If I undo this code, so loading is just texture as load, right? So we do go to asset texture here. No, that's not the row I want. I want asset source native. So load texture. So what, this is what's happening, right? I'm loading a texture. Oh, I'm loading a texture and then I'm setting the filter and setting the rep mode, right? That's what I do. So that's the difference. And I'm also doing the pre-multiply alpha. Anything else that I'm doing? I don't think anything dedicated to the OpenGL, and with exception of this, is happening. So I do that. Set filter and set rep mode. Let's try that. Comment this out. Filter. Filter is nearest. Rep mode. Maybe this changes something. This doesn't change anything. It async to the test. Well, I mean, I was trying to like inline what this does, which is just this code, I think. But it looks like it's something else. So maybe it's the problem in the way I'm doing async. Somehow. So I don't know why would that matter. So once again, asset manager load just says load, which so we have load for texture, which is this. So we are doing that. Load texture, which is this. Okay, let's just use this code directly and see if it is doing anything. I'm just copy pasting this code, load texture. This is going to be gang asset manager. And this is going to be gang asset texture options, I guess. And this returns let's do async. Let's first without async. Futures box future. Missing lifetime. Now you want me to have all the lifetimes? Oh, I think it should be a static one. Is it anyhow here? I guess. Okay, so what if I, instead of doing that, just say load texture, asset manager, that is going to be this. And options would be asset texture options default. And we await and wrap, right? Instead of this. This is the same, and this is dot into. Okay, so this is literally the same code, right? Right? Yes, it breaks. Okay, so what's the difference? Let's try removing parts of this. Let's try simplifying this first by keeping it async. Keeping it async, but just doing that. Okay, this is literally the same thing. Then what if I do manager yield now, manager yield now, manager yield now? Let's remove this. Okay, this doesn't matter. Pre-multiply alpha, remove. Okay, simplifying code. Image is this. So I was just loading the thing like that. And there is actually, oh wait, there is load bytes. Load bytes is the async, right? This is the only async stuff that is left here. Okay, let's continue. What if I say image? Can I create a new image without loading it? Or what if I just say, I just change this to be image is image open path unwrap. Then it works. Okay, so the only difference is the way I'm loading the bytes, right? Which means that since this is await, since this is load bytes, what does this do? What does this do? So the difference is that this thing is loading the path and like reading it in an async way, which probably means that I'm not reading it fully immediately. So it requires a couple of frames to actually load the image, and it's not being loaded immediately. Maybe that's the thing. So what if I do it after a couple of frames and not on the first frame? Okay, is a successful return? Yeah. The error is not in this code, by the way. Like, the error is somewhere outside. I'm just trying to minimize it. And like, if I just do... So what if I just do here? Okay, ugly, texture, new. So if I don't actually use this image, but return like a new empty white image, right? But I do it after I load it, after I load the file, even though I don't use the file. Then it still fails. So the only difference, even though I'm just making an empty texture, I don't even need to load the image here, right? All I need is to wait for another frame, right? So if I comment this line, this is going to work. If I say manager yield now, is this also going to break it? This is going to break it. So what is yield now? Yield now just means that I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for the next draw event. That's all. That's literally all. So which means that let's move this. Creation of the texture, right? New white texture. Function new white texture, just giving me the texture like this, right? So let's not use this code at all, and let's instead just wait until the draw, right? And over here I'll just say new white texture. Then it doesn't break. Even though I do it every frame. Okay, so the question is, when is this future being pulled then, I guess? When is this future being pulled? Right? Well, I mean, what do you mean when this future is being pulled? It's literally like this over here. This it's like right here. Wait, what's the difference? What's the difference? I don't get this code at all. And what if I do it over here? It doesn't do anything. But in this case, I actually draw something. What if I on the draw, do this, but if I don't do that, if I don't draw anything on the screen, I just make a texture. There you go. Found it. Oh, so if I don't draw anything on the screen in a frame, then the thing breaks. Because the frame counter assumes that I'm drawing something on the screen if I'm using any OpenGL command. I think that's what's happening. And a small break. Hello, Pigorli. This is the last 2 hours summary. Fix engine bug. So like, I'm not sure if it's an engine bug though. So what's happening actually is this application that is measuring the FPS is looking at something, and if I don't draw something on the screen on a frame, then it assumes something and it breaks. That's what's happening. But does my game have to draw every single frame something? What happens if I don't draw, right? And why am I not drawing, right? What's actually happening when I'm doing this? I'm waiting for the texture to be loaded, and until the texture is loaded, I actually don't draw anything on the screen. So there is a couple of frames while the texture is being loaded when I don't do anything. And that is why it breaks. So whatever this application is doing, the Mongo Hub, it is... You added TTS, but forgot to add push-ups. Maybe next time. No, one thing at a time, alright? So this thing, not the Z, this thing has basically an issue, I feel like, if I don't draw anything on the screen. On a single frame. If I search for nothing here. My overlay broke? Which one? Okay, well, I mean, how do I fix this, right? So like on one hand, drawing nothing on the screen is bad. Because like what does the window actually show to you, right? It shows nothing. But we want to show something. Right? So we should never have this. Just fill with blank. Yeah, so like we can, for example, just fill with blank. So for example, like let's just check this code again, right? So right now it will be failing. Right? Because I don't draw anything. So if I go and over here and over here, window run, on the back end here, maybe even redraw requested. So if this thing didn't draw anything, then I need to draw something. I mean, I can also draw something, right? I can also draw something like ugly draw. But what's the frame buffer and everything, right? Itself with frame buffer. So I just can do self with frame buffer. Ugly. Clear. But like the thing is, I don't always want to clear it potentially, right? Can I clear, say none, none, and none? Just like don't like clear, but don't actually clear. What if I do this? GL clear at the start of every frame. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. So this doesn't work. But what if I clear it with actual color, like white, for example. Is this going to change it? I don't have dependency on the colors here, I think. Is this going to fix it? If I actually draw the white screen? No, it doesn't. GL clear is not enough. Even although I did draw the white thing. Okay, maybe it's something else. Oh, wait, did you see that? It said it's not responding, right? It said it's not responding, so I'm actually blocking the thing. Something, where am I blocking the thing? Well, I'm not really blocking, it's like it was just panicking. Right? Run. Run, and this is the once ready. Once ready. Event handler is this. Android hack, of course. Event handler. Let's have a FPS tool hack. Yeah, I mean, we can have just an FPS tool hack. Yeah. Wait, where did I do the clear? So this one is in handle, right? Redraw requested. This is an handle winit window event. Which is called here. In handle winit event. Which is called inside of a handle. Event loop. Event handler is over here. It's only being used here. Let me just make sure. So if I say this, if I comment this out, we are not going to break anymore, right? I'm still breaking. Wait, what? Excuse me? Hold on. Feel like I'm not understanding something. Wait, but this did mean that I'm not rendering anything on the screen, right? Not even the white color. Or was it white still? No, it is still white. Wait, what? Why is it white? Oh, it's white because I cleared in this code. Yeah. No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I just want to make sure that my actual code is not being run. Examples, hello world. Let's just say over here, I'm not working on Linksider. What's looking, figuring out a weird bug. Print I. Was high being printed? High was not printed. This code was not printed. What is inside this code doesn't matter. Right? So I can remove all of this code. I can remove all of this code. And this will still break, correct? It will. All right, there we go. The actual minified example. Not responding. The actually minified example. What if I remove everything from here? It doesn't work. Okay, beautiful. This is the minified example. This is the minified example. It just doesn't do anything. And then it breaks. Okay. Okay, all right, sure. So wait a second, but why? Okay, yeah, let me do this. So this breaks, but I guess this code. So this code also breaks, right? Okay. But then if I actually try to draw something on the screen, then it doesn't break. Oh, maybe clear is not enough, and maybe like they assume that I... Wait, what? This is literally the hello world example. Hello? Hold on, I broke the hello world. By doing what? Hello world. I have no changes in the hello world. Hello world is the same code as before. So I did something else. I think the only other change that I did is I did the clearing. Right? Hello world is broken now. So clear over here is what's breaking it. Or maybe like this event loop commented out. Oh, event loop commented out. Yeah, that's right. That's right, actually. Because I never draw, actually. Because the event loop was not falling into my code. Yes, there we go. This works. Okay, so let's just take a look at this. If I don't draw the text, but I do clear the screen, then it's breaking. Never draw. So yes, never. So like, I guess clearing doesn't count as a draw. The app is trying to see, like there should be at least one draw call a frame. Drawing an empty frame is not enough for this application. I feel like this is not my bug, actually. I feel like this is a bug in this FPS tool. So I literally just need to have a single draw call, right? So let's try doing something like ugly draw arrays, raw triangles 0 0. Can I just draw 0 triangles and then it's going to work? Maybe let's explore the tools repo. This doesn't work. What if I draw one triangle? I don't bind any buffers. I just call it draw. This is invalid value. I mean, this might be correct. Or maybe I need to have 3 here, or 3 vertices for the triangle. This might be like not the correct example though, because let's try drawing something else. Like this drawing the text, right? Gang, draw. 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 Frame buffer. Camera. Oh. Triangles. Let's draw a triangle on the screen. Vertices. Colored vertex, that's what you want. Georgia text FPL tool hack. Maybe if you fill background with black every time you get high FPS. Let's draw this. A triangle with 3 vertices in the same position, so they will actually be invisible. And then it works. All I need to do is to draw an invisible triangle. So if I draw an invisible triangle on the screen, then this is how we do a hack for the FPS tool. So this thing is looking into the draw calls, I think. The least FPS intensive method. I'm pretty sure this one is not doing any FPS load at all. It's, I mean, it has a little bit of the impact. It calculates the vertex shader for the 3 vertices, I guess. But I think this tool is just looking into all the draw calls. Is the source code here big? Source. GL. Shim. Does library have a way to manually do swap buffers, like EGL swap buffers? This library? Which library? I mean, EGL swap buffers is being called, yes. I'm doing this over here. Swap buffers. This is doing the EGL swap buffers on Wayland. So I don't need this clearing at all. I feel like it's a bug in this tool. Like they are trying to do some overlay. Maybe which like... So this can be discarded. Discarded. Let me commit this. Access or real context. Okay, and this is my hello world. This is my engine. This is the window stuff, so it's doing the swap buffers every frame automatically. So before I swap the buffers, I need to draw something on the screen. I need to issue a draw call of OpenGL. That's what I understand so far. So like a clearing of the screen is not a draw call. I need to actually do a draw call. Because they are what they are injecting their own OpenGL, I think, right? Wayland stuff, right? Get proc address. So like what are the swap buffers over here, right? And then inside the swap buffers they are doing the create of the imgui and the stuff, right? There you go. That's what they are doing here. So there is a bug in their code, I'm pretty sure. Do I fix it for them? Is there an example? App. Main CPP. Dear MGUI, standalone example application using programmable pipeline. Yeah. So like we can try making our own example application, which literally does nothing. Just doesn't draw anything on the screen, and this will fail. Right? That's my assumption here. So they're just using the GLFW here, for example. Let's fix it. Do they have the Nix set up here? Let me see. They have the Mason build. There's no Nix. So it would be not that easy. Maybe. I mean, I can try. If I don't do it in an hour, though, we're out. I need to first build the thing from scratch, right? We kind of have the Nix instructions, though. We do have the Nix instructions. Git clone. This. Is there instructions how to build in general? Installation, build from source. Oh, there should be recursive submodules. Git mango. What do you do with submodules? Submodule init. Git submodule update. Right? That's what we do. Okay, there is a min hook or something here. You hate submodules? I do too. Updating it would be doing it in one go, yes. Okay, so I need a using Mason to install manually. I don't want to install, I just want to build it, right? So Mason. Nix shell, Nix packages, Mason. Can I do this? Mason build. Program Python 3 is missing modules, Mako. Let me do this. I will do envar-c, use flake. Maybe I will, you know, like copy from the Zig flake. Because I have installed like OpenGL and stuff, which I probably will need to install. I think let's remove the Zig. So GLFW, I think they do this for the example application, right? Glue, CMake, sure, Wayland scanner, all of these things, render doc, whatever. Let's do all of that. Strength. Oh, it's .envar-c, sure. But this needs to be okay. Yeah. Let me do. Let me move. Make dir dot cpp-env. Move flake Nix into the cpp-env. Renv. No, over here. Use flake. CPP env. Okay. So it's just like in a different folder. Maybe I'll use it for other projects then. Just the environment that I would set up. This doesn't include the C++. Yeah, so like I will also cpn flake nix. I would also want to install here the meson then, right? Where's the flake lock if I don't do this? Why do I not see the flake lock? Where is the lock stored? Oh, I just created right now. Yeah, because I was like just loading all of the things. Okay, now I download 150 megabytes. Have LLVM and everything, sure. We started adopting some internal framework recently. It's pain, Git submodules, heavy abstractions. Done bad. It's pain. I'm crying. What's the alternative to the submodule though? Just having your package manager for your language to be available to work with Git. I don't know. I feel like having that in Git is not that bad. I just don't like the implementation, I think. But I'm not sure how would it be different. Like it should pull the submodules automatically or something, at least. Maybe. Maybe there's a setting for it, I don't know. Okay, so we have meson, run reload, because I changed the flake, okay. Meson build. Yeah, so we need Python 3 with the Mako module. Python 3. Is there a Mako or something? Like what is Mako? Lightweight Wayland notification daemon. What? Python 3. Do I just... If I just download the new Python 3, is it going to do anything? No. Program Python 3 Mako. Mako, sure. I mean, there is something called Mako there. Maybe I just need to install that. Already reloaded. No, program Python 3 Mako. What is Python 3 is missing modules Mako. How do I install it? What's Mako? Python 3 packages Mako. This is the one, right? Template and language. How do I install? Nix install Python packages. How are you supposed to install Python packages? You do build Python package. You can package missing dependency yourself using build Python package. Python packages, build Python package. No. With Python packages. I don't understand. Installing package from PyPy. No, not from PyPy. Python. How to do Python? How to install anything with Python? Do I do the virtual env? think I can just do the GNOME or the Nix way. There's a pip to Nix. I mean, there's a package in the Nix packages, right? So do I just, maybe I just install it, Python 3 packages dot macro. Maybe this is the one that I need. You use macro? Yeah, but do you use Nix? Actually, this worked. Okay, I thought, okay, now package config needs to be installed. Package config. It's not that bad figuring out all the dependencies. It would be nicer if this was done for me though. Runtime dependency dbus found. No, try to see package config. So dbus. I need to install a dbus here. Dbus, just dbus like this. They want this. Hello, Ogma. Runtime dependency imgui not found and implot not found. SPD log not found. GLSL lang validator not found. Okay. GLS lang, sure. Imgui, sure. What was the other one? SPD log and implot. Implot. SPD log. Okay, is this everything? As header nv control.h, no. Problem encountered. Nv control not found. Disable with D with X nv control disabled if GPU stats by X nv control are not needed. Are they needed? I have no idea. Actually, let's take a look at this. The package which is called the Mango HUD. We have the source for it. Right? How do they build it? Build inputs. Yeah, like I could just do this. The runtime inputs, patches. Oh, they have patches. Reload Nix. Support overlaying Vulkan apps without requiring Mango HUD to be installed. Hardcode dependencies. There is a post patch Mango HUD in something. Okay, whatever. There's a patch for an imgui and a patch for implot and a patch for Vulkan headers. So it just doesn't work. Maybe I can just try disabling this. Hold on. How do you do this? Disable with -d this. Do I just do dash like that? Program app stream CLI not found. App stream software metadata handling library. Is this the one? Install one more thing. Let me just copy that into, like, I will install just, I guess, just file build. So that I don't need to remember the command. Could not detect Ninja. Okay, so now we need to install Ninja. Ninja. Okay, anything else needs to be installed. Can you just tell me what are all your dependencies immediately? Is there... Okay, there are dependencies here. X and V control. Maybe I could install this. This one is optional, right? X and V control. X and V control dev. Maybe I can just install it. X and V lib X and V search X and V. I don't think it's in the packages. I think I built. Or what is it? Or did I not build? What does Mason even do? Mason is like generating the build commands, and now I need the ninja? Hold on, how does C++ even work? Why is it so difficult? Mason build, and then ninja build install. But I don't want to install, right? I just want to do ninja D build. Okay. So Mason was just checking for the dependencies, and now I'm actually building stuff, right? Why am I doing this? Who made me do it? Veldak, was it you? I just watched silently for the last 20 minutes? Alright. Maybe it was someone else then. Okay, where, like, does it do anything? Bin. I'm assuming bin. No, this is something else. Where's my build? Oh, there's a build sh too, right? There you go. Build source. Maybe in build. Build bin. Where is the binary? Where do you put my binary? Where does C++ put binaries usually, guys? Anyone knows? Linking targets. Source, lib, mango, HUD, OpenGL, saw. Wait, but I want... this is the library, right? I want the binary. Is this thing both a binary and a library? Build sh. Does it work with Nix? No. It's not. Install. Build with SRT Docker. Build SRT. Source. Bin. Or do I need to do the binary and then do this build? This matplot, mango plot. This is something different. Installation, build from source. You wish to compile Mango HUD to keep up with the data changes. First, clone the repository. Use Meson to install manually. By default, Meson should install Mango HUD to USR local. I don't want to do that. No. Can I install into a local folder? Like relative to the current folder? By just building? Like, how do I do the binary? Building with build script. Installation. Is it a binary or a library? I don't understand. How do I build a binary? What's inside the Meson build project? So it's a project. Build type release. So does this mean that it's a binary? What does this mean? A project, tests, source, app. There is main CPP, right? So there is int main somewhere. So there is a main. Where is my thing? I build. Enter in directory build. Okay, so it's inside the build. Build. Source. Sub projects. He just copies the entire project into the build before building. Is that how C++ works? And there is no binary that was actually built? Can anyone explain to me how C++ works? ChatGPT. When I run Ninja C build, where is my binary? The location of the final execution depends on how your build system like CMake. Am I using CMake? Build Ninja. So this is our build command, right? Maybe I need to build something specific. Hold on. Install rules. Mason internal install. Command. Mason internal uninstall. Custom command. Oh, this is uninstall. Internal install is Mason install no rebuild. Pool console. I think C++ is too difficult for me. Okay, let's try installing then. Build install. Where are you going to do it? Attempt to use the sudo to gain elevated privileges? No. Can you install somewhere? Okay, let's see. Maybe I need to just install and supply a folder, right? By default, it's trying to do it here. Prefix is this. Install prefix out. Unrecognized option prefix. Because equals is required. Unrecognized option. Because I need to do this to the Mason. Prefix is out. Prefix value out must be absolute path. Home, cookieman, temp, USR, whatever. Okay. Okay, it did do something. Temp USR bin Mangohad. There you go. So like, where did it copy it from? There was something in the logs here, right? It copied. It copied it from source Mangohad. Wait, really? So like the binary is in the source folder? Is that how C++ people do it? Hold on a second. It's in build source, and then I have a binary in the source folder. Of course. Is there even a single source file here? There is no source files here. This is all binaries. Mangohad. Okay. So we have we can build this, right? Home temp USR. I'm just going to remove this thing. Okay. And then I need a simple application, which is the example, right? Where did I see the example? Was it in subprojects? Include tests. Where did I see the thing? The GLFW that I saw. Assets? No. Control, include modules. Source? Is it in source actually? App. Oh, source app is this the minimal one, right? Yeah. Source app is the minimal one. Standalone example application. Okay. So like I want to build this one, right? Is there an app that has been built? Please tell me. Source app. How do I build it? Build source. Build app. App. That's not app. How do we build the app? Can I just say something like G++ source app in CPP? Include file system H. Wait, what? Where's the file system H? It's over here, of course. Yeah, like it depends on itself, right? I want something that is very, very standalone. How about we do... Wait, no, like what like what do they test it with themselves? I feel like it might be easier to go for the Zig or something. Or I need some simple... Like I want a single file thing which initializes the OpenGL, right? And does something with it. Which, I mean, technically this is what I want. But this is doing a lot. GLFW. GLFW example. Getting started. SKI to find the file. I don't know. I don't know how to SKI. Getting started. Putting it all together. Let's just copy paste this code. And let's have a function example CPP. This is it, right? G++ example CPP. Can I do that? Glad? Can I do glad? I did in the wrong thing. G++ example. Yeah, they don't have glad here either. So I will need to do glad. Where do you get glad from? Glad loader. Glade is a different one, right? Oh my god. Glad C++. XOS. Glad is available as a package. The package name is Glad. Why could I not find it then? Glad. I think maybe AI is lying to me, or is my... No. No, Glad is not found. Glad. This is the package that I want. Our package is Glad. Right. Glad. This example uses files generated by Glad. Okay. GLFW example without Glad. What's the depth now? Oh, maybe this is this the simplest example that will be there? Like, isn't... What if I just don't include the Glad? What's going to happen? Lean math. What's lean math? GLFW. Okay, GLFW I can install, I guess. Well, wait, I have it installed though. Well, I have installed GLFW 3. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it, yes. GLFW include none? What do you mean? Because I need to provide the include paths, right? Well, how did I do it in Zig then? I did it in Zig, and it was in my include path, right? I was just installing it. Once it's fixed, we should be out of the rabbit hole fast. I think I'm not finishing this. It's taking too much time. and to figure out how to build a simple application with GLFW. And why is it not in my include path right now? Even though it's supposed to be there, right? Echo C. Like, where is the C include paths usually? There's the LD library path. NixOS C include. I just don't know how C works in general, I guess, because last time I worked with it so long ago. Isn't there a variable that it sets? Too much Java and Rust, yeah. Like there is no like where is it usually? USR include, right? That's the normal stuff, but not on NixOS. So where is all my includes right now? In compiler is not finding it over here. Is this the header includes in NixOS? C include path, right? C include path. It's just none. Okay. Wait, how does my how did my Zig work? Let me just check my Zig again. Although I was changing some stuff here. I feel like I want to uncomment all of that. Download render doc, sure. Zig build. Source, root. What are they trying to build? Build Zig zone. Now this is a better expected enum literal. What? Yeah, I don't think there was any dependencies either here, right? Depth plus plus. Now we are in the Zig world. Oh no. Is it because of the new version of the Zig compiler or something? Let's actually like undo everything, right? Here. So like, because it was working before for sure. Right? Zig built. Just use the old version. Like this is the same stuff, but this works because I guess I updated the Zig compiler itself, and now it doesn't work. So like now the Zig zone format is something different. Zig run, or like whatever. When I Zig build, What does it do? I don't remember how Zig works now. I have example, right? Zig run example. No. Zig build v. What? Verbose? There is no verbose. Nothing is happening, of course. Zig out dist. That's when I was compiling to the WebAssembly. Where's the binary file? Build Zig should be building me the example exe, right? Example Zig. Oh, there you go. It's because link system library. No, this is linking. Yeah, so like this file is the thing. Zig run Zeng example. No? How to use this language? Maybe there's something in the just file. Zig build dist. What's dist? Dist. This is a build step called dist. B step. Run. Okay. So Zig build run. Is that what I want? Okay. Yes. That is what I want. And Zig build run says that failed to get EGL display success. No window. Okay, but it did compile, right? GLFW initialized, but then we failed because probably I just need to update the dependencies actually here. I just couldn't initialize the window for some weird reason. So where is my include coming from? Because of the link system libraries doing it? This is for the linker though, right? This doesn't help me. What if I use the C++ here? Hold on. What if I copy this C++ example into my Zig here? cpp.cpp gpp cpp. Okay, it actually worked. So what's the difference? This flake is doing literally the same thing, I thought, right? Didn't I just copy it from here? So I have a GLFW and it can be included. Okay, where do I need the OpenGL loader, right? Let's make something very simpler, much simpler though. We just do int main void GLFW window, GLFW set error callback, I don't care. I just do GLFW init, GLF window hint. Oh, OpenGL version 2.0, sure, of course, why not? Set key callback, I don't care. Glad load GL, we'll see about this. I think if I don't use any OpenGL commands at all, right? If I just don't do this, don't compile the shaders, don't do anything, just do while the window should not close, swap buffers and pull events, right? Terminate, and this is it, right? Undefined reference to GLFW terminate. So I need to link with GLFW 3 or something. How do you link? Dist is short for distance. Hope I helped. Is it? I don't think you're right. LGLFW, that's how you do it. Okay. So now I have A out, and then I just do this. A out. And it's and it didn't work. Okay, so how do I do this here? Can I do good just stream using namespace std? That's how you do C++, right? I think I just cannot create the window here. So can I do cout no window? lglfw. No window. So yeah, so the same thing as in Zig, I could not create the window. Let me try now actually updating the flake then. So we just do nix flake update to get all the most recent dependencies. How can you have a CLI in 2025 used by millions of people that just ignored unused args? There you go. We have a GLFW window. Wonderful, right? We have a program. We have a program that works using OpenGL. Now, all that we do is... I don't know why this didn't work, though, over here. Like, why can I not include the GLFW? This didn't I do literally the same environment? Okay, so now now we're inside over here, and then I just say, so they are build source mango had, and then inside the Zang we have a out. This doesn't show the HUD though. Let's try doing some actual OpenGL call though. What's the actual? How do I actually load OpenGL? Don't I just include OpenGL gl.h? Can I not do this? Is it GL? Anyone knows how to include OpenGL? C++ OpenGL. What's the header file? Like, they were making an example with Glad, but I don't know how to install Glad. I don't know what it is. It's libgl? Is it? Does capitalization matter? C++ include OpenGL. I forgot. It's just GL. It is just GL. GL. GLH. I think this is what it should be. Okay, it's just like lowercase and then uppercase in different places, of course. So can I just do here GL clear, GL color buffer bit or something? Undefined reference to GL clear, because I need to also do LGL. L OpenGL, L libgl. How do I link with OpenGL? L OpenGL 3.2. Reglut. This was for Windows. How to link OpenGL Linux. You get all permutations. LGL, of course, it's because they're uppercase. That's why. In this case, they are uppercase. There you go. And we can do this, and then we can do GL clear color 1001. Something like this, so I can see the red color, right? So that like my OpenGL actually works, right? Okay, and then over here we do that. So it doesn't show me the hood. Why does it not show me the hood? Let's install in this one. Let's just install the Mango hood as a thing. Right? So if I do Mango hard A out, then we see that I draw the red. Wait. So first of all, this works, even though I'm just clearing the screen. Is it maybe that GLFW is doing something? Why do I not see the error? Okay, so it's not their fault then. Wait, why were we having the errors? Oh, maybe I'm not checking for errors. Hold on a second. I'm not checking for errors. Let's check for errors. GL get error. If GL get error is not equal to GL no error or something, right? Is that how you do it? Cout error. Nil. Exit. Failure. Is that how you do it? G++. So if I just run like this, no errors, and if I do this, there is no errors. There is an error. Wait, hold on. What if I do GL clear 1? Because that's definitely not the correct one, right? I'm supposed to have an error there. Yeah, there we go. This is an error. Series of unfortunate events. Wait, hold on. So what do we get from this? This means that is it the bug in my engine then, and not in their app? If this code works, but my engine doesn't, could be bug and Rust. So we should do the simple OpenGL. But it could be like the fact that GLFW is doing something also. There's also the swap interval. What if I comment this thing? Swap interval doesn't do anything. GL pull events. Or buffer. Normal OpenGL debugging experience right there. Yeah. Wait, maybe like the error should be checked before in the beginning. Maybe that's the difference. Let me try. For some weird reason, maybe that's what it is. No, that's not it. Is that a different Mango HUD? Mango HUD, projects, Linksider, target, debug, Linksider. Wait, what? I cannot just do that. Maybe a CrabRave project, King, target, debug examples, CrabRave. Lib sound. Okay, you want the sound to be loaded too? I will give you sound. Elsa lib. Elsa lib. Wait, how do I... Also, what do I need to install? I'm not sure. Also, Lib is the only thing that needs to be installed, I think. So if it is there, this doesn't work. Okay, sure. I guess it's incompatible if I do it from a different environment, maybe. Like if I use to Nix develop using the links either. Or the gang, I guess. Like if it is the same environment, then it will be able to load it, maybe. Yeah, I guess. Yes, it is. Alright, makes sense then. Depth plus plus plus. No, this is fine. I'm just wondering, what's the bug then? So I need to recreate a minimal example with Rust to see if it does something wrong, is something different, something very simple like this, right? Like with the GLF, but not with GLFW. Or maybe we could try an example which uses GLFW with Rust. Because I literally thought it would be doing all the same stuff. What if I don't clear? Did I also compare OpenGL versions? I mean, maybe I could update. I guess I could try updating my flake here to see if it changes anything. Oh, also I'm developing here, right? Where am I? Maybe I'm downloading a different version of it. Oh, maybe. Maybe there is some incompatibility, indeed. Maybe that's why. Wait, this is what? No, this is gluten mango add. Yeah, for the gluten window it works, right? It didn't work for just my thing. Oh, wait, this is the gluten window. We can try not drawing anything in the gluten window, right? Gluten example, a window. Just don't draw the triangle there, you know? Draw. Draw with clear color. Just don't do this. Don't use program and this stuff, you know? Wait, what? What was the program called? Mango, not Mongo. So this still works. It's definitely something wrong with how I do OpenGL then. So my assumption is incorrect, right? Okay. Okay, fine. So let's go back to projects thing. Let's install here. What, like packages? Mango. Okay. I just install that here. Was gluten the same flake as where you're running gang? It was using the Linksider, so the Linksider one. I can try using the same one. Mango add cargo run example hello world, right? The hello world is what wasn't working for me, right? But now it's working. Unless I changed... No, I did not change. Wait a second. I didn't change it, right? Or, wait, what is... No. Right now, in the hello world, there is this thing where I draw, right? So if I remove this draw, though, I think this was it, right? If I remove the draw, then I was having the OpenGL error. Yes, there it is. The error is here. Oh, maybe the gluten example doesn't check for errors. Maybe that's what's happening. Let's go project temp gluten and develop. Let's use the same flake specifically. Same environment. So in this example, I'm just not changing for the errors, right? So let's do check for errors. Function draw over here. You know, what if I do GL get error? If GL get error is not GL no error, then panic. Like this, right? Because they don't have the checks of OpenGL in the example. So this has nothing to do with my engine anymore, but it has to do with Rust. It's self GL get error. No? It's unsafe function. Of course. OpenGL is unsafe. This works. Okay, so it is in my engine. Where is it? So I need to minimize my engine now to find the bug. The versions of crates are different here. Other than that, but I don't think it's the versions of the crates. So out of all of the OpenGL commands that I'm doing, I guess one of the things that I do is this initialization here, which enables a depth test and does this thing. Oh, this actually might affect the other thing, right? Unpack alignment potentially can affect the thing. Maybe it can, right? New GL. Create program. I don't need to create programs. So I just load the OpenGL here. And then I just do this. Yeah, but now it's not raw, now it's like GL. GL and GL. I don't see the error. Pixel stored not found in GLES2. So that's the also another difference, right? We are doing specifically GLES in this example. Oh, Pixel Story. No, hold on. It's there. Program point size. So yeah, let's try commenting this out. Program point size. Okay. Program point size is a thing, which is equal to that. Can it be because of the different OpenGL version that we are requesting here? This doesn't seem to fix to break anything. Where do we specify the version? Like, why do we not see this, for example, right? GL program point size. Because I was generating, right? What is this? This is build GL, right? Because the way I'm building the OpenGL is where? What's my dependencies here? GL workspace is true. GL. So I'm just using the GL crate, right? Yeah. I just use GL. Program point size, it's here, right? Why do they not have it? Because GL is a module GL. Oh, hold on. What happened? Yeah, because they use GLES2 as GL and they generate their own GL bindings instead of just using the GL crate as is. They are building the GL over here. GL bindings. Can I just add to the dependencies instead the GL crate? And instead of saying mod GL, I will just use the crate GL. GL. So this would be a little different. This would be closer to what I'm doing, right? Context. So I just do GL load with get proc address, like a global thing instead of storing it inside of stuff. Yes. Examples, live. Rust Analyzer, start. Why is Rust Analyzer not working for this one? Where's my errors? Like I have the highlight, but where is my errors? Real display creation state. GL dot. Instead of GL, I just do GL enable, right? Like this. GL load with load fn symbol. Yeah, I think this is literally that. Let's remove some other code here. Enabling and stuff. Remove this all. So I literally just have this function drawn. This would be GL viewport 00 with height. Drop for renderer. I don't care. LGL, gref. Don't need that. Create shader. I don't need that. This vertex data, vertex shader source. Don't need this. GL. There is literally nothing inside that I care about, right? So in the draw, I just check for error and that's it, right? So this would be not cell GL, this would be now just GL get error. Okay, and this works. Okay. So if this works, then how is it different further? I need to really minimize my example, do I? So I'm not even drawing anything. So I have this window demo. Let's do Mango run, cargo run example window demo from the package gang window. Right? This is just drawing a triangle. So what if I don't draw a triangle? What if I don't draw anything here? Empty window. Let's do empty window. I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and then make it a much simpler one. So we have a renderer which does not do anything. I mean, I just don't do the renderer at all. And I need the arguments, and I don't need this. I just do that. Empty window. No pointer. Log events. Let's just do this. Maybe. With clear auto close. I don't need this. Run. Alt. Empty window. No. Packages gang window. Example is empty window. So this still works. Okay. Oh my god. Where is the error? Where's the error? I don't draw anything on the screen here. and the things still work. So it's not my engine either. Wait, where's the error? Why am I even panicking? Why is it even like... Oh, wait, because I am not checking the error here, probably. Hold on. Window. Check for errors. It's because I was checking for errors, right? This checks it for the error once in the beginning. I need to do it in a loop over here. There is no OpenGL errors. Okay, so the thing that we do in the engine is I initialize a lot of the other things then, right? Because here's all the things that we have. We have audio, shader library, draw 2D, default font. Okay. Cargo, Mangaran, example, hello world. Invalid value. Even though hello world is literally an example that also is just doing nothing, right? Might as well just remove all of this code, correct? This is just the same as my window example. So the only difference is that what am I initializing? Yeah, I guess. Wait a second. There is no error. Hold on. I did see something. There was no error. This? Okay, hold on. This gives me the error. Okay. And this does not give me the error. Correct? Correct. Why? Because I'm not checking for errors, potentially. Okay, window, check. Ugly, check. Check for errors. Yes. Yes, I need to just check for errors. This example, right? Just while the game is running, on every event, I check for OpenGL errors. That's all that I do. That's all that I do. And how is this example different from the empty window example again? It's literally the same, right? This example, they are literally the same. The only difference is that we initialize other things. What am I working on? I'm hunting a bug. Hello. That I don't know where the bug is. Is it my bug or is it like some other bug? Maybe it's some undefined behavior that I'm hunting right now. I have no idea right now at all. Example, empty window. Is this game engine written by you? Yes. That's the problem, right? So, 1 second. It's actually already pretty late. I will need to end soon. Let me just... So I have kind of minified the example, right? So the only difference between the window example and the engine example is that the engine, with addition to the window, has also other things, right? Like it initializes some stuff. So it uses OpenGL before giving control back to me. Specifically where I'm downloading the font. So I can try doing this. UI theme is not doing anything. Load progress is nothing. So it's basically just the font, I think. Is shader library doing anything? No. The draw 2D helper. So these are the two things that I think might do something incorrectly. So let me just not do that. So these are, yeah, just don't initialize them at all. Remove this. And 149 over here, remove this. So no font, no thing. And now it works, right? So that's the difference. Okay, let's see which one is it then. If I just do the font, if I just do the font, if I just do the font here, but I think font, no, yeah, there we go. It's invalid value already. Okay, font default. But there is no errors. There are no OpenGL errors in the font itself, right? Like, so all is happening is that I'm initializing this font, and if I do window like check for errors here, then I'm actually not going to panic there, right? It's a different place. If I check is error panic, just so that it's more clear, so that I don't need to look at the stack trace. It's annoying. But yes, I am having the stack trace. It's not the WTF here. But basically, the issue is this is inside the hello world. If I do this, then it will be the WTF, right? Yes. Because something happens. Okay. What if it's not the font? What if it's not the font? Font, I think, is more complex, actually, than the draw. Let's try to make sure that it's not this one. And if it is, then I find the bug in that instead. And the bug is not that, it's in the font. Alright, you know what? Hello, I kind of figured where the bug is. Something about my fonts, I guess, maybe. Something about how I'm doing my fonts, maybe. And in combination with this Mango hood, I'll keep searching off stream probably. It's just too long. Nothing has been achieved today. I mean, I did fix a couple bugs. Right. So some progress was made. Yeah, this one is interesting. I'm just wondering what it is. You know, it's gonna be some stupid OpenGL bug.
Shows
See
deleted.
you guys next time. Thank you for watching.
But I think I might be able to test it now.
Bye.
But I have this thing. To the place